Starting on Mr. Trump. Tell me how you learned of Mrs. Hill's problem, would you?
Well, I watched. It was a sad thing, and I watched on the news one night. I had just seen a woman, a wonderful-looking woman, a beautiful woman, whose husband had just committed suicide. And it was really very touching, and I said, look, we're going to save that farm. They were going to auction off the farm the next day. He had just committed suicide, and I said, we're going to save that farm.
Then what happened?
And then I called up Frank, who's really turned out to be a friend and a great friend, and we started working.
I want Mr. Argenbright to tell me what his reaction was when he got the call, what he said and did.
Well, it was unbelievable. I received a phone call. We had the press conference announcing that we were going to try to sell part of the farm to save part of the farm. And I get a phone call 11:30 at night from a gentleman who says, this is Donald Trump calling from New York. I would like to help.
Well,
I'm in the security business, and I didn't believe it. And he said, I said, I have to say I'm a little skeptical. And he said, I was sitting there watching it, and I said I ought to help. And my wife said, why don't you get up and call? And we talked a few minutes, and I realized who I was talking to. And it was a wonderful thing, and I called Mrs. Hill the next morning bright and early. I said, you're not going to believe who's willing to help you out. And then it was Donald's idea to say, look, don't sell the majority of the farm to save part. Let's go ahead and try to save the entire farm, which we never even hoped to do that.
Now, for some years I've wanted to interview Mr. Trump, but at the moment I find, you told me one thing that fascinates me, and that is that Mrs. Hill called you after her husband died. Tell me about that.
Well, I was involved in helping a black farmer named Oscar Lorick save his farm. And about that time that we were having trouble raising funds, Mr. Hill committed suicide. And I just wrote Mrs. Hill a note and said, I'm really sorry about that. I get a phone call from Mrs. Hill saying, I saw a press conference and you're having trouble raising funds. I would like to come up and help you. So she came up and spoke at several fundraisers trying to help us save Mr. Lorick's farm.
One other question. She does some teaching. Would you tell us about that?
Yes, she works with the black community in her area that cannot write and read. She does she gives free instructions and teaching them how to read and write.
She's done that for a long time?
For a number of years. She does charity work and working with the youth in the area.
What kind of a woman is she?
She's a fantastic lady.
Mr. Trump?
Yes.
They say charity begins at home. I'm not talking about your empire. But what makes you do things like this?
Well, in the case of Mrs. Hill, I just saw a really special lady. I saw a very sad lady and a very special lady, and I think she's a very happy lady now, and it makes me feel good. You have to put back into the system. I've done well in the system. The system's been good to me, and I like to put it back. So whether it's Mrs. Hill or somebody else, I like to put back into the system.
Just one semi-political question. Of course, with all the money you have, if you tried to help all the people who are having problems, all the farmers who are having problems, you'd be broke in a few days, I believe.
Well, you really need the federal government. They have to step in. They'll give money to foreign countries that frankly can't stand us. They give money to Iran, which is hard to believe. And yet a Mrs. Hill and other people, they don't get any money. And I think it's crazy. I think that the federal government has to step forward. They have to come forward immediately and help the farmer.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And just a quick word over here. Sir, tell us a little bit about your farm and why you got involved.
Well, our farm used to be some 3,000 or 4,000 acres. And over the years, we've had to sell off our property in order to pay off our house because farming just wouldn't support it. We produced a good crop, but we couldn't get a proper price for it at market. And I certainly hope everyone will support the Harkin Farm Bill, untable the Stegall Amendment, repeal the windfall profits tax, and get an oil import fee so that all of agriculture and raw material producers in America can make a profit and we can pay off our $11 trillion national debt.
You sold off your farm, but you had other enterprises.
Well, no, we still have some of the farm left, approximately 400 to 500 acres, and then in the whole family, nearly 1,000 acres. But we've sold off the majority of it.
You're a wealthy man.
Yes, sir, I am.
Do you think there are many wealthy farmers left in this country, small farmers?
Not hardly any. The only way they've survived is by having their farm passed on from father to son and barely hanging on by their fingernails.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, Bob. Take care. He's the only
I'm just going to ask you a few questions. Tell me something.
All right.
We understand that you have for a long time been teaching some people to read.
Yes.
Since when? You lose it, don't you?
Yeah.
We have to.
I want you to tell me how long you've been teaching people to read. Tell me about them and why you do it and so forth.
Well, this has been a very difficult situation in that a suicide is very hard to deal with. You always feel like, well, could I have done something different? Could I have prevented it? And so I moved to Augusta because I just couldn't stay where I was. The memory just was with me all the time. So I moved to Augusta after 3 months to live with my youngest daughter. She and I have an apartment. And I was looking for something to do. I've always been very active, and I needed to be active again. And I saw in the newspaper where there was a plus reading program, project literacy reading program. And I thought, well, I can spend my time helping somebody else. And I used to teach school long years ago, and I thought, this is what I need to be busy doing, helping someone else. And in Richmond and Columbia County, in Augusta there were 60,000 illiterates that cannot read above a 5th grade reading level. And so I answered the ad in the paper and volunteered my services. And so they called and said they were going to have a training program and that I would have to attend 5 nights for a week, for 1 week, in order that I might learn how to teach this program, in which I did. And so then they gave me a student, which is a colored girl that's 27 years old. She had completed high school and reads on a 1st grade reading level. And you see, that's a real need. You see, there's so many people that can't read, and it's such a great handicap to them. They can't get a job. They can't even pass a driver's license test. And that was this problem with this girl. She wanted to drive, and she couldn't pass the test. And so I have her 2 days a week for 2 hours each day. And I started about in October, and it's just gone real well. And I've gotten so much satisfaction out of it. It's done so much for me. And it's helped her, and that makes me feel good. And it's occupied my time and my thoughts, and I needed to do that.
Can you tell me how you feel? Just wanted to ask you this. How do you feel right now, and what kind of a Christmas are you going to have?
A wonderful Christmas. I feel like with us having the land back again, it's a future for my family. It's a future for my son who loves to farm, and then for his family on down through the generations, where it would have stopped if this hadn't come to pass. He would have gone and done something else, and the Hill family land would have been gone forever.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful for what's happened.
Are you ready then?
Okay.
Okay. I guess we have to start with what brought the story to your attention.
Well, I was watching television, and I happened to see a woman, a wonderful woman, who had just lost her husband to a suicide. And he committed suicide because he was about to lose his farm. His farm was about to be auctioned off, and I thought it was tragic. I thought it was tragic because of the fact that the backbone of this country is based on the farms, the great American farm system, and that system is right now in very serious trouble.
Do you think that there is a long-term solution?
Well, it's a government solution. There is a government solution, and the farmers have to be helped. They have to be helped on an economic basis. They can't make it right now. The prices are too low, their costs are too high, and they have to be helped on an economic basis. Eventually, farming will be good again. But during this period of time when it's not good, you have to do something to help the farmers and the farms.
And you think this should come from the government or the private sector?
Well, the only way you can do it right now is through the government. It's too big a problem for the private sector. At this moment in time, you have hundreds of Annabelle Hills, perhaps not as tragic in the sense of the death involved, etc. But you even have that. the government has to get involved in solving the problems of the farmers. And if they don't do it quickly, you're not going to have much of a farm problem because you're not going to have very many farms.
Do you think others will follow your lead, other philanthropists?
Well, I hope so, but again, it's a bigger problem than individuals going in and helping individual families because they happen to see the tragedy of that family. The real problem is the overall problem, and it's a policy situation. The government has to set the policies that are going to allow the farms to survive.
I don't know if you know that Reagan has defended his subsidy program, saying it's the largest increase, larger than defense, larger than any other department during his administration. What do you think about his?
Well, I'm a big fan of the president, and I really like the president. The fact is, a lot of the policies that were so hurtful were done prior to the Reagan administration. And for instance, with the Russians and the wheat, we have the boycott of the Russian wheat, all of us. Well, let me say that again, and I'll give it a little better. I'm a big fan of the president, but the problem that you have in many cases has been caused prior to President Reagan. When you had the boycott of the Russians with respect to wheat, they went out and they found that other countries can sell wheat to them cheaper, and they never really came back to the extent that we had them originally. It was a faulty decision. There are decisions now being made that are faulty. You have to change the policies of the country so that the farmers can survive. They don't have to really flourish in the true sense, because in 2 or 3 or 4 years, if we can keep them going, they'll be successful. You can look at an example of Chrysler and what happened to Chrysler. Chrysler was a company that was in serious trouble. They helped them, and now they're flourishing. The fact is that that's going to have to happen with the farms. The farms are the backbone of this country, and we can't afford to lose all of these farms. Times will get better for the farmer, but in the meantime, we have to help them so that they can survive.
If I could, I love what you just said. If you could just condense the part with Chrysler and then liaison into the farms, but just a little bit shorter, because
Shorter on Chrysler?
No, starting off with...
An example would be Chrysler. Chrysler goes out and they need money and they need help, and Lee Iacocca did a wonderful job, and Chrysler is saved. With all of the thousands of jobs, Chrysler is saved. There were those people that didn't want to save Chrysler. Now we have a very similar situation, except a much larger one with the farms. The farms need help during this period of time. In 3 years or 4 years, the farmers are probably going to be fine, but they have to get over this hurdle, and they need help, and they need federal help, and they need it immediately.
Okay, Beth, I have a question for you, if we could stop for just a second. I want to know if there's anything about this family situation. It's a 4-generational family on the farm. If you find anything that speaks to you personally about this family.
Well, I see the family as being a very important element in our society, and when you have 4 generations of families on that same farm, the Hill family, the grandfather, the great-grandfather, and the father, and all of a sudden they're losing that farm, that incredible farm. To them it's incredible. To you and I it's not so incredible perhaps, but to them it's incredible. And they're losing this farm, and the gentleman goes out, and in order to try and save the farm, he commits suicide. That shows you how important that whole structure is, and it shows you how important, in a sense, the whole family structure is to that family and to the farmer in general. A man is willing to commit suicide in order to save the farm for the rest of his family. It's very tragic. This is a very tragic story.
And I know your father was in the real estate business, and you're in the real estate business.
Right.
Do you see the continuum as being important?
I think it's important that people do things that are productive for the country, and there's probably nothing more productive for this country than the farming business and the agricultural business. And if through government policy those people just aren't able to financially make it right now, something has to be done to try and get them over this hurdle, to allow them to make it.
Okay. It seems like half the country is doing very well, and half the country is really suffering. Do you think this heightens a larger economic problem that we have in the country overall, or is this a temporary situation?
The half of the country that's doing well today perhaps won't be doing well in 5 years from now or 2 years from now. The farming half of the country that's doing badly perhaps we'll be doing very well in 2 or 3 years from now. And relating to this problem, this is why these farms have to be saved right now, because they'll be back. But if we don't save them now, there'll be nothing that can come back. There won't be farms to come back, and it's a real problem.
So how did you actually get involved? You saw it on television. You haven't been to Georgia, or have you?
I have not been to Georgia. I watched this tragic event taking place. I've read about it. I've seen it on television. And it just captivated my attention, to be perfectly honest. I saw a lovely woman whose farm was going to be, after generations, whose farm was going to be auctioned off. A fantastic woman whose husband had committed suicide in order to try and save the farm effectively. And I just said, that's a pretty important part of life to these people, and I wanted to see if I could help.
Excellent. Oh, one last question. Do you think that your critics, or perhaps those who envy you, will find it unusual that a New York real estate developer is bailing out a country farm? What do you think?
I don't know what critics would say. I would think that the critics should really make contributions to the farmers, and they should try and help the farmers, because the farmers aren't the only problems right now in the country. They're not the only ones suffering from problems in the country, but certainly their problem is a very large one, and it's a tragic one in many cases, such as this. So I think that people ought to get on the bandwagon and try and help people like Mrs. Hill and so many thousands of others.
Okay, if we can stop for a second, I'm just going to... We rolling?
Yep.
Can you tell me just a little bit more specifically about what you did to prevent the auction that was to occur today?
Well, we made phone calls, and we called the various representatives from the banks to everybody else, and we made sure the auction wasn't going to take place today. I made a contribution which effectively is going to pay down the mortgage and pay down some of the debt that the Hill family has. And that's basically what we did, and I'm very happy about it.
How far are you willing to go as far as getting involved financially with the Hill family?
Well, we'll help the Hill family. This is not a problem that's a very major problem relative to the economic terms of some of the things that I've been involved in. Well, I'll phrase that differently.
Mm-hmm.
Let me phrase that a little bit more concisely for you. In a purely individual economic sense, relative to Manhattan and to the world of large business, the Hill family is not suffering a large problem, because the money involved is not very significant compared to the kinds of money that you see in Manhattan and the great towers of Manhattan and everything else. So we'll have absolutely no problem solving Mrs. Hill's problem. The real problem does come in with the overall mass majority of the farmers that are losing everything today, and that's the thing that hopefully, perhaps using this to serve as a catalyst, I mean, that to me is almost as important, and it's actually more important than the one individual family, and I'm sure that Mrs. Hill would agree with that. Getting the overall problem solved for this tremendous majority of farmers that are losing everything today.
If you could condense that, that would be fabulous.
Okay.
Relating it to Manhattan and the towers.
Okay. In Manhattan, the kinds of numbers and the kinds of economics in the great office towers and the great towers are so far greater than the kinds of numbers involved in trying to help Mrs. Hill save her farm. So we'll save Mrs. Hill's farm, but I just hope that this can serve as a catalyst so that not only Mrs. Hill's farm can be saved, but so that all of the other farmers, the thousands throughout the country, so that their farms can be saved also.
Excellent.
It has come down to this. An emergency request to the U.S. Supreme Court for a stay of execution in the case of Theodore Bundy has been rejected this evening. The vote was 5-4. Bundy is scheduled to die in Florida's electric chair tomorrow morning at 7. There may still be some last-ditch legal maneuvers that could cause yet another delay in the execution, including an appeal for clemency to the governor of Florida. But just by way of background, since 1925 in Florida, there have been 202 appeals for clemency, and only 6 have been granted. And Governor Bob Martinez, who will have to make that clemency decision on Ted Bundy, has already indicated that he wants the execution to take place. Indeed, Bundy's murders, those for which he is being executed, there are 3, and at least 20 others to which he has confessed, have made his execution a rather popular event. Here's more on the Bundy story from Nightline correspondent Judd Rose.
These are just a few of Ted Bundy's victims, the dead and the living.
I say this for each member of my family, and I'm certain for the other families too. Nothing is ever the same again.
I find myself even now when I'm in a crowd looking for
everything he did to the girls, the bludgeoning and the strangulation, humiliating their bodies, torturing them. I feel that the electric chair is too good for him.
It's been a long time, 15 years since the first murder, 10 years since he went to death row. But now it's just hours. Unless there's a last-minute stay, at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, they'll throw the switch on the electric chair at Florida State Prison, and finally, the tragic, twisted saga of Ted Bundy will be over.
He is an affront to civilized society. He decided that he was not going to play by anybody's rules, that he wanted to kill, and he was going to kill, and he was going to continue killing.
He's convicted of 3 murders, but authorities think he actually killed 36 and perhaps many more. There have been other notorious serial killers. David Berkowitz, New York's son of Sam, who killed 6 women. Henry Lee Lucas, who claimed to have killed hundreds in the Southwest. John Wayne Gacy, convicted of murdering 33 young men near Chicago. And Juan Corona, convicted in the deaths of 25 farm workers in Northern California. Misfits, loners, drifters. But not Ted Bundy.
Here is a man who seemingly had everything. He's intelligent, he's charismatic, he's handsome. He was on his way in the Republican Party. I thought he would be governor of Washington now rather than going to the chair.
Bundy had gone to college and law school, worked in politics. Men admired him, women liked him, but behind the mask was a depraved killer. Starting in early 1974, he began stalking pretty young women. And once he got them alone, he would bludgeon them, rape them, strangle them, then leave their bodies in the wild for the animals to finish them off. Many were never found.
Ted enjoyed the thrill. There was an inward thrill in selecting a victim. And it was usually at night. It was usually after he'd had a couple of beers to steady his nerves. And he would go out and he would literally hunt.
The murders spread from Washington to Oregon, Utah, and Colorado. And when Bundy was finally caught, everyone was stunned.
We still don't believe it. It just can't be. I keep shaking my head day after day, saying, how can this be? Because our son is the best son in the world. He's a very normal, active boy.
And Bundy himself showed his peculiar arrogance, saying the legal system would prove his innocence.
Well, I'm sure it works, and you've got to have faith it'll work, or else you'd be reduced to some kind of, mumbling idiot.
But Bundy wasn't done yet. He escaped from jail, was recaptured, and escaped again. Changing his appearance like a chameleon, Bundy continued to kill until his bloody journey brought him to Florida, where in January of 1978, he went wild in this sorority house, viciously assaulting 4 women. 2 died. A month later, he raped and strangled a 12-year-old girl. Shortly after, Ted Bundy was caught.
Since I have been in Dade County, I've been allowed to...
Shake your finger at me, young man. Don't shake your finger at me, young man.
Bundy's trial, complete with live TV cameras and the defendant acting as his own lawyer, was a national sensation. Finally convicted and sentenced to die, Bundy still refused to accept the blame for his crimes.
Because it is not a sentence of me, it is a sentence of someone else who's not standing here today.
Ted's a sociopath, an antisocial personality. They have no consciences as we know it. They truly feel no empathy for other people. They don't understand other people's pain. The rest of us are there to make them feel better.
Bundy's been consistent to the end. It was only this weekend that he began admitting his crimes, thinking it would buy him some time. Today, Connie Wilcox learned that Bundy had confessed killing her daughter Nancy 14 years ago.
Ted Bundy needs to die. He needed to die 10 years ago or longer, and he should not have been allowed to live this long.
In the places he ravaged, few disagree, like on the campus of Florida State.
Personally, I think he should be fried right away. What he did was grotesque.
And the impending execution has been the source of all sorts of gallows humor.
I'm making a statement that I think it's time for Bundy to go.
And apparently it is. Ted Bundy's execution is regarded by most with the same lack of remorse he always showed his human prey.
Could even talk to me.
For the record, you are guilty of killing many women and girls.
Yes. Yes, that's true.
Ted, how did it happen? Take me back. What are the antecedents of the behavior that we've seen? So much grief, so much sorrow, so much pain for so many people. Where did it start? How did this moment come about?
I grew up in a wonderful home with two dedicated and loving parents, one of 5 brothers and sisters. But as a young boy, and I mean a boy of 12 or 13, certainly, that I encountered outside the home again, in the local grocery store, or the local drugstore, the softcore pornography, what people call softcore. But as I think I explained to you last night, Dr. Dobson, in an anecdote, that as young boys do, we explored the back roads and sideways and byways of our neighborhood, and oftentimes people would dump the garbage and whatever they were cleaning out of their house, and from time to time we'd come across pornographic books of a harder nature than more graphic, you might say, more explicit nature than we would encounter, let's say, in your local grocery store. My experience with, I'd say, pornography generally, but with pornography that deals on a violent level with sexuality, is that once you become addicted to it, and I look at this as a kind of addiction, like other kinds of addiction, I would keep looking for more potent, more explicit, more graphic kinds of material. Like an addiction, you keep craving something which is harder, something which gives you a greater sense of excitement, until you reach the point where the pornography only goes so far. You reach that jumping off point where you begin to wonder if maybe actually doing it will give you that which is beyond just reading about it or looking at it.
Ted, after you committed your first murder, what was the emotional effect on you? What happened in the days after that?
It was like coming out of some kind of horrible trance or dream. I can only liken it to after, I don't want to over-dramatize it, but to have been possessed by something so awful and so alien, and then the next morning wake up from it, remember what happened, and realize that basically, in the eyes of the law, certainly in the eyes of God, you're responsible. To wake up in the morning and realize what I had done, and with a clear mind and all my essential moral and ethical feelings intact at that moment, absolutely horrified that I was capable of doing something like that.
You really hadn't known that before?
Basically, I was a normal person. I wasn't some guy hanging out at bars or a bum, or I wasn't a pervert in the sense that, people look at somebody and say, I know there's something wrong with him, and just tell. I was essentially a normal person. I had good friends. I led a normal life, except for this one small but very potent and very destructive segment of it that I kept very secret and very close to myself and didn't let anybody know about it. And part of the shock and horror for my dear friends and family years ago when I was first arrested was that there was no clue. They looked at me and they looked at the all-American boy. And I mean, I wasn't perfect, but I want to be quite candid with you. I was okay. Okay, I was. The basic humanity and basic spirit that God gave me was intact, but it unfortunately became overwhelmed at times. And I think people need to recognize that it's not some kind of those of us who have been so much influenced by violence in the media, in particular pornographic violence, are not some kinds of inherent monsters. We are your sons and we are your husbands. And we grew up in regular families. And pornography can reach out and snatch a kid out of any house today. He snatched me out of my home. It snatched me out of my home 20, 30 years ago. And as diligent as my parents were, and they were diligent in protecting their children, and as good a Christian home as we had, and we had a wonderful Christian home, there is no protection against the kinds of influences that are loose in a society that tolerates.
You feel this really deeply, don't you? Ted, outside these walls right now, there are several hundred reporters that wanted to talk to you.
Yeah.
And you asked me to come here from California because you had something you wanted to say. This hour that we have together is not just an interview with a man who's scheduled to die tomorrow morning. I am here and you're here because of this message that you're talking about right here. You really feel that hardcore pornography and the doorway to it, softcore pornography, is doing untold damage to other people and causing other women to be abused and killed the way you did others.
Listen, I'm no social scientist, and I haven't done a survey. I mean, I don't pretend that I know what John Q. Citizen thinks about this. But I've lived in prison for a long time now. And I've met a lot of men who were motivated to commit violence just like me. And without exception, every one of them was deeply involved in pornography, without question, without exception, deeply influenced and consumed by an addiction to pornography. There's no question about it. The FBI's own study on serial homicide shows that the most common interest among serial killers is pornography.
That's true.
And it's real. It's true.
Ted, what would your life have been like without that influence? You can only speculate.
Yeah. Well, I know it would have been far better, not just for me, and it's, excuse me for being so self-centered here. It would have been a lot better for me and lots of other people. I know that, lots of other innocent people, victims and families. It would have been a lot better. There's no question, but it would have been a fuller life. Certainly a life that would not have involved, I'm absolutely certain, would not have involved this kind of violence that I have committed.
I'm sure, Ted, if I were able to ask you the questions that are being asked out there, one of the most important as you come down to perhaps your final hours, are you thinking about all those victims out there and their families who are so wounded, years later, their lives have not returned to normal. They will never return to normal.
Absolutely.
Are you carrying that load, that weight? Is the remorse there?
Yes, absolutely. In the past few days, myself and a number of investigators have been talking about unsolved cases, murders that I was involved in. And it's hard to talk about all these years later because it revives in me all those terrible feelings and those thoughts that I have steadfastly and diligently dealt with, I think successfully, with the love of God. And yet it's reopened that, and I felt the pain and I felt the horror again of all that. And I can only hope that those who I've harmed, those who I've caused so much grief, even if they don't believe my expression of sorrow and remorse, will believe what I'm saying now, that there is loose in their towns and their communities people like me today whose dangerous impulses are being fueled day in and day out by violence in the media in its various forms, particularly sexualized violence. And what scares me, and let's come into the present now, because what I'm talking about happened 30 years ago, that is, in my formative stages. And what scares and appalls me, Dr. Dobson, is when I see what's on cable TV, some of the movies, I mean, some of the violence in the movies that come into homes today with stuff that they wouldn't show in X-rated adult theaters 30 years ago. This stuff...
The slasher movies that you're talking about.
That stuff is, I'm telling you, from personal experience, the most, that is graphic violence on screen, particularly as it gets into the home to children who may be unattended or unaware that they may be a Ted Bundy who has that vulnerability to that predisposition to be influenced by that kind of behavior, by that kind of movie, that kind of violence. There are kids sitting out there switching the TV dial around and come upon these movies late at night, or I don't know when they're on, but they're on and any kid can watch them. It's scary when I think what would have happened to me if I had seen. I mean, scary enough. I mean, that I just ran into stuff outside the home, but to know that children are watching that kind of thing today, or can pick up their phone and dial away for it or send away for it. But I'll tell you, there are lots of other kids playing in streets around this country today who are going to be dead tomorrow and the next day and the next day and next month because other young people are reading the kinds of things and seeing the kinds of things that are available in the media today.
Ted, as you would imagine, there's tremendous cynicism about you on the outside, and I suppose for good reason. I'm not sure that there's anything that you could say that people would believe. Some people would believe.
Yeah.
And yet, you told me last night, and I've heard this through our mutual friend John Tanner, that you have accepted the forgiveness of Jesus Christ and are a follower and believer in Him. Do you draw strength from that as you approach these final hours?
I do. I can't say that
it's going to be
being
easy.
in the valley of the shadow of death is something that I've become all that accustomed to, and that I'm strong and nothing's bothering me. Listen, it's no fun. It gets kind of lonely, and yet I have to remind myself that every one of us will go through this someday, in one way or another, and countless millions who have walked this earth before us have. So this is just an experience which we all share.
Yeah.
Here I am.
He said that he was raised in a very happy home. He was not abused as a child. He was not abused sexually. He was not abused physically or emotionally. And that he saw himself as coming out of a relatively happy, whole home where there was a lot of love and where what happened to him cannot be attributed to major mistakes on the part of his family. He feels that he ran into trouble when he was 12 or 13 years of age, and he began to find pornography in the drugstores. He found some of it along the road that had been discarded, He began to be addicted to it. It became an obsession with him. And as he went through the adolescent years, he continued down that progressive road of wanting ever more violent and hardcore material.
Doesn't matter that you don't hold it explicitly. You see, now you're being deceptive and evasive.
No.
Your position
No,
entails
I'm
the
giving you
falsity
direct.
of God.
Hang on.
Now, I
Don't
want to know.
falsely accuse
I
me of that.
want
I'm
to
giving you a straight
know.
answer.
Okay, you know what? You know what? You are a total waste of time. Okay.
Hey, Dart.
You're sitting there. Shut up. Don't tell me what to do. Okay.
Dart, no, Dart.
Okay, did everybody see my? Hold on. Did everybody see my at everyone message?
Philosophical check.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like the coward Randolph Richardson is finally can no longer run.
Uh-oh.
What? He's not a coward. He's really nice.
He most certainly is. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
He's a coward.
He's an absolute coward. I've been requesting every week for almost 10 months for him. Please don't overtalk me. I've been requesting for almost every week for 10 months for him to speak with me about his atheism. Okay. And he keeps on saying, oh, you got to make an appointment, got to make an appointment. Yet he shows up at least 3 times a week, yucking it up, guffawing and giggling on these atheist YouTube hangouts. Well, if he has time to appear there 3 times a week, he can spare a half an hour or 45 minutes to talk with me within the span of 10 months. So don't give me this crap that he's not a cow.
Grandma is.
Oh, he's now declining. He says, oh, we can schedule something in the future. Here we go again.
Ask him right now. What is the date and time do you wanna?
No, that's not the game I want to play with him. Okay, because what he does is he's going to schedule people to send him text messages. Okay, I want it to be spontaneous. Just another note again. I may be speaking with Randolph Richardson. Okay, in a few minutes. First, he tells me he has to reschedule, but now Canadian Catholic is telling me he's going to get him in on the Atheist Helpline in the Philosophical Checkmate server, so we'll see.
Oh, hell must have froze over.
How did that
Yeah,
happen?
that's right. Yeah.
I never thought that would happen anytime soon.
Well, we cornered him. I caught him listening in. He tried to wiggle his way out, saying, "Oh, he was talking to the government on the phone." But Canadian Catholic assures me that he'll be there.
Oh, cool.
So what's happening? What's happening?
We're waiting for Randolph Richardson to go into the atheist helpline in philosophical checkmate, so we can talk after he's been dodging me for 10 months.
Damn, is that helpline better than the one on this server?
Well, I have mutes there, and Canadian Catholic promises that the trolling will be stopped. So, all right, I'm going over, guys.
Do you have like 10 minutes? 10 minutes or 20?
Yeah,
15?
sure.
All right, no problem.
Yeah.
Darth
Now,
has
just one thing. Is this? I just want to know: is this being recorded?
not by me, no, and not by Darth.
Can you put it on a live stream?
Do you want me to record it?
Yes, please, and put it up on a live stream because I think that would be good for people to see it on YouTube. Assuming Darth is also okay with this.
Darth, are you okay with this
Absolutely.
being? Crispy, Randolph, we're friends here. You feel something inappropriate is going on, just let me know. Randolph has to go soon. So, Crispy, can you record this event for Randolph and send it completely to Randolph? Randolph wants it completely, okay?
Sure.
Right. Darth, this is a friendly conversation. This isn't a debate because for a full debate, you'll need Randolph will need undivided attention. Randolph is a really good friend of mine. He and I go way back.
I don't need an introduction. I've spoken with him already.
All right, go ahead, Darth.
I know.
Come on.
Okay, Randolph, I've listened to your material online. I've read your stuff that you put on the internet as well, and you seem to be presenting your atheism. Remove Sidney Winston from the room. Okay.
Sidney Winston, we do not.
Get
Sidney Winston.
rid of him.
Yeah, get into go to the other room.
Okay.
Thank you for Darth. Thank you for looking at my materials. I appreciate it.
Yeah. You seem to be denying that you are denying the existence of God. Do you deny the existence of God?
As I've told you before, I don't hold a belief in it. I don't actually take an active position that deities don't exist.
Okay, good. So basically, are you claiming you're neutral toward God?
No.
Okay, if you're not neutral, there's three positions that you can take towards subject matters in the
okay, and then I'll elaborate on what I mean by that.
Either you affirm God's existence, you deny God's existence, or you take a position of neutrality where you neither affirm nor deny God's existence. Which one of those three positions represent your view?
Well, the neutrality part, but what I need to elaborate on is the Christian concept of God.
I didn't discuss that. Answer the question that I gave you.
Hang on.
No, I want you to address the question that I gave to you.
Hey, Darth.
I just did.
Randolph.
I just did. I told you when it comes to belief in the deities existing, and this goes for all deities. I don't hold a position on it. So I guess you could say I qualify as neutral in that regard because I certainly don't believe they do exist, and I don't believe they don't. But when it comes to the Christian God, the things that I have learned about what that God is and his characteristics,
that's all I
do have some negative views objecting to some of the things he's done.
I've heard that before. Now,
okay.
Do you believe that it is necessary to reference God as the necessary precondition of facts?
Well, because I don't hold a position on whether the deity exists, because I don't believe in it, the answer to that consequently would be a no.
Okay, so if you believe that it is not necessary to reference God as the necessary precondition of facts, then you believe that facts exist without the necessity of standing in causal relations to God.
It certainly appears to be the case to me that is true.
Okay. Good. Then that means that your position entails the falsity of God. Then you're not neutral. You believe that God is not necessary. Let me finish my statement.
I can't rule out doubt.
Please,
I'm trying to finish my answer.
Listen to me. You can't. You're not going to bamboozle me. Okay. Listen.
I'm not trying to bamboozle you. I'm trying to be clear.
Yeah, you are. Okay. Listen carefully.
Yes, I'm trying to be clear.
Do you believe that it is not necessary to reference God? Okay, for the necessary existence of facts. So that means it necessarily follows from that the denial of God. God cannot coexist in a world where any facts do not necessitate referencing him. Do you understand that?
Yeah, and by deny, you're saying that I'm taking an anti-theistic position. Is that right?
Did you understand what I just said?
I think so. I need clarification on the word deny, though, before I can.
Can God, as ultimate creator of all temporal facts, coexist with even one temporal fact that does not necessitate referencing him?
You're asking me a hypothetical, and the problem is I also don't know as well as not
it's a logic. No, it's not a hypothetical. It's a logical question. Can God being defined as what is ultimate and the necessary precondition of all facts, when God is defined in that way, could God coexist logically with any temporal fact that did not necessitate referencing him? Well, the answer is no, God could not exist in such a world. Right? Do you understand that?
I think that makes sense. It seems to make sense.
It's a logical contradiction to say that God could coexist in a world where even one temporal fact did not necessitate referencing him. So you affirmed earlier, a few minutes ago, that you believe that there are facts that exist, but they don't necessitate referencing God. So your position entails the necessary falsity of God. Do you understand that?
I don't agree with that.
Okay, then we're going to have to go over it again because it logically and necessarily follows. Can God coexist in a world where a temporal fact does not necessitate referencing him?
The problem is that you're trying to have me take a position that I've not taken.
I would like you to answer the question. Can God coexist in a world where even one temporal fact does not necessitate referencing him? The answer is no. You believe that there are temporal facts that exist and possess intelligibility without the necessity of referencing God. Is that your position?
It depends on the characteristics of this God.
Okay. Well, first of all, we're not talking about any higher level or additional attributes. All we're talking about is God as ultimate creator and a mind and as the source of all possibility and impossibility. Do you believe that there are one or more facts that exist without the necessity of referencing God?
I don't believe that anything is dependent on God because I don't believe in the God.
Then God cannot exist in that. If that's true, then God cannot coexist in that world. So your position is an indirect denial of God. Do you realize that?
So you're talking about implicit versus implicit kind of conceptions.
That's right.
Here.
You can explicitly or implicitly deny God. You are implicitly denying God by invoking that there are facts that do not necessitate referencing God. Your position necessarily entails the falsity of God. Are we clear?
Yeah, and it entails also having a clear understanding of defining this God.
Okay, I already defined it for you. Now, what we're talking about is your atheism. Okay, I didn't mention about what I believe. We're talking about your atheism. Now, before we proceed,
please don't personalize that.
Are we clear that your position entails the falsity of God?
I don't agree with that because I'm not taking an anti-theistic position. I'm more neutral.
No, I didn't say anti-theistic. Okay, now. Do you believe that there are one or more facts that exist without the necessity of standing in causal relations to God?
Well, that's how it seems. So, sure.
Okay, good. Then your position entails the falsity of God. Then it necessarily follows.
No, it's not necessary because
it necessarily follows.
Because these facts could still be independent of a God existing.
You're not understanding. Okay, God cannot exist in a world where even one temporal fact does not necessitate referencing him. Okay, do you understand there's only two worlds? World where God exists and where all temporal facts necessitate referencing him. And another world is where facts do not necessitate referencing God because God could not exist in that world. Okay, so there's only two worlds, Randolph. Now, you have chosen that the world that you're in is that there are one or more temporal facts that do not necessitate referencing God. Okay, it necessarily follows that God cannot exist in that world, Randolph.
You're attempting to limit the scope to two possible worlds. I'm not convinced that
I gave you a true dichotomy. I gave you a true dichotomy, Randolph. It's a true dichotomy. Okay, either facts necessitate referencing the necessity of God, or they do not. That is a true dichotomy. Okay.
It's one with limited scope, though.
Randolph, is it a true dichotomy?
No, because you've limited the scope.
Okay, Randolph, if I say A or not A, is that a true dichotomy?
Generally, yep.
Good. So we're saying facts either necessitate God or not. That's a true dichotomy, Randolph.
Yeah, you're talking about, but the scope that you've limited is to say all facts.
Randolph, I have given you a true dichotomy. Okay, Are we clear now?
Oh yeah, I'm clear.
Okay, so there's not a third option. Now,
I'm objecting to that.
Okay, okay, if I say A or not A, what's the third option?
Oh, but that's a dichotomy there that doesn't have a limited.
If I say facts necessitate God or not, what's the third option?
Some facts do and some facts don't.
That's a dichotomy right there.
No, because
hold on.
Because you're specifying facts in plural.
Randolph, you can't have a world where some facts reference God and others don't. In a world where God is, because God is defined as the necessary precondition of all facts. It's definitional. You cannot have a world where some facts necessitate referencing God and others don't. Either all facts would necessitate referencing God because of the way God is defined, or no facts would necessitate God. I have given you a true dichotomy. I've explained it now clearly 3 times. The third option that you try to defeat the dichotomy, say that some facts necessitate God where others don't, that world cannot exist under how we have defined God. If you're talking about a God, if you're talking about a God who is not ultimate and the necessary precondition of all facts, that would be a different subject, but that's not what we're talking about. Okay? So we have a true dichotomy here. Are we clear, Randolph?
I disagree with it being a true dichotomy.
Randolph, what's the third option? Because the last time you gave an option, I rebutted it and you didn't give a counter rebuttal.
Because you were talking. And the thing is,
Randolph, what's the third option, Randolph?
Darth, you'll have to stay quiet for him to answer. Go ahead, Randolph.
So you're talking about multiple facts, not just a single fact. So it can't be a true dichotomy when there's multiple things that may or may not be dependent on that deity. So I'm looking at this. Randolph. Oh, I'm understanding. You're trying to limit it.
No, you're oblivious. Randolph, either all facts necessitate referencing God or not. Can God coexist in a world where God is defined as the necessary transcendental starting point for all facts? Could God coexist with one fact that did not necessitate referencing him?
So first of all, I'm not accepting that such a deity is in existence. So
I didn't ask you to accept that. It's a conceptual question. It's a thought experiment. Can God, God is defined as the necessary precondition of all facts, could that God coexist with a single fact that did not necessitate referencing him?
I don't see why not.
Okay, this is going right over your head. You're not understanding. God is defined. The God that we're talking about, Randolph. This is going right over your head. You're the head.
You're not giving me.
You don't understand.
You're cutting me off. You're cutting me off when I try to answer.
Randolph, I'll have to mute. Darth, I apologize, but
it's to the problem.
Darth, don't talk when you're muted. Basically, You have to give time for Randolph to respond, okay?
Okay, Randolph, listen carefully.
Three positions. The three options you gave. Okay, go ahead.
I've already explained to you that when we're talking about God, we're talking about that which is ultimate, a mind, and the necessary precondition of all facts. Can the eternal mind, God, that is the necessary precondition of all facts, coexist with a single fact that doesn't necessitate referencing him? The answer is no.
Yeah, and I'm not accepting that such a deity is real.
Okay, wow. Okay, now I didn't ask you to accept that deity was real, Randolph. I'm trying to explain to you the problem.
Okay, so conceptually,
I'm giving you a true dichotomy, Randolph, and you're
conceptually
the true dichotomy.
Conceptually, with those conditions, the answer would be yes.
Okay, so but you believe that there are some facts that do not necessitate referencing God or standing in causal relations to God. Then God cannot logically coexist with such a fact. It necessarily follows, Randolph. So your position entails the falsity of God. Are we clear?
Well, yes, we are clear on that, but I'm not in agreement because this position also would require me to rule out the possibility of multiple deities as well as none.
Okay, no, Randolph. Wow, I am truly dumbfounded that you are not getting this. Okay, I am not demanding that you believe that God exists. What I'm trying to show you is that your position necessarily entails the falsity of God. Now, you believe that it is not. You believe that it's not necessary to reference for God as the necessary precondition of all facts. Now, can a single fact coexist with God as defined if the fact in question does not necessitate referencing God?
It would depend on what the fact is, but I suppose it could be possible.
Wow, you're not getting this, Randolph. I have teenagers on Discord understanding this concept. God cannot coexist with a fact. Okay, Randolph, God here is defined as being the necessary precondition of all facts. Do you understand the definition?
Yeah, that's how you're defining a male deity. Yes.
Yeah. Did I say male?
Yeah, you said God. That's the male. That's the male term for deity.
So Randolph, can the God defined as such, okay, that you do not accept, can that God logically coexist with a temporal fact that does not necessitate referencing him? The answer is no, it can't.
Yep, I agree with that.
Good. Now, do you believe such a fact exists?
From what I can see, that's how reality is without a deity.
Okay, so then it necessarily and logically follows, if your belief is true, then God cannot exist in that world. Do you understand?
My belief. I've told you I don't believe in deities.
Okay. I didn't ask you about what you believed. I'm trying to explain to you that if you believe that there are one or more facts that do not necessitate referencing God, God cannot coexist in that world. So that means that you're affirming that such a fact exists is an indirect denial and affirmation of the falsity of God. Do you understand that now?
You're stating that as my belief. I told you that I agree.
I didn't state that was your belief. I said it necessarily and logically follows. Do you believe that there's one fact that does not necessitate referencing God?
Do I believe that? It seems to me that that's the case, so I say, yeah, sure, why not?
So God as defined as the precondition of all facts could not logically coexist in that world, correct?
Yeah, with that concept, as you just stated, I agree with that. The logic seems to be correct.
Right. So then your position entails the indirect denial and the falsity of God.
So again, we're talking about some implicit things here. So
is your position necessarily and logically
it is,
listen,
Randall,
is your position about
it is
facts?
not It is not. It is not a position that I hold actively.
Okay, no, listen to me. Does your position logically and necessarily entail the falsity of God when you affirm that there are temporal facts that don't necessitate referencing God?
That would be the implicit consequence.
Okay, so your position entails the falsity of God, correct?
No.
No, it necessarily follows, Randolph. Randolph, I explain this to people of all ages every week, every month for several years. You're the only person that seems to have an understanding of the logical entailment. If you believe and acknowledge that there's a fact that does not necessitate referencing God, then God cannot exist in that world. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I've told you many times I understand that already.
Okay, so do you accept that your position entails the falsity of God?
Implicitly, yeah, not explicitly.
Okay, it makes no difference whether the denial of God is explicit or implicit. Either way, your position entails the falsity of God, that God does not exist. Okay, is that your position?
Only through implication. It is not an explicit view that I hold.
It doesn't matter.
So
It doesn't have to be explicit. It doesn't have to be explicit, Randolph. Does your position entail the denial of God, Randolph?
No, explicitly no.
Randolph, you just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't.
I didn't ask you if it was explicit. Does your position by implication entail the falsity of God?
No.
Yes, it does. You've now contradicted yourself. You just agreed
No, I
to
haven't.
this 2 minutes ago. Yes, you did. If you affirm, Randolph, you're just filibustering now. Randolph, you don't need to explain anything. You just contradicted
yourself. Yes, I
do. Randolph,
because I think that you may not be understanding what I mean by implicit and explicit.
Just a minute, Darth, you have to give him time to explain. Randolph, just a minute. I know you have to go soon, like 5 more minutes, I guess. And
I need a moment to explain. I need a moment to. I need to explain. Sure. I need a moment to explain what I mean by implicit and explicit, because I suspect there may be a misunderstanding here.
That's fine. Darth, are you willing to be quiet to let him explain?
Any sense that God's...
Oh my gosh.
It's also just a bunch of equivocation. I mean, stop the equivocation.
Nobody gets to talk. Okay, I'm gonna mute you, JJ. Get out of the room. Okay. There you go. Okay. So Darth,
the
are you willing?
falsity.
Oh my gosh, what the hell is going on? I don't think. Okay, Randolph. Let's just wait until he realizes he's muted.
Yeah, I just need a moment to explain what I mean by implicit and explicit. It'll be very quick.
Yeah, don't mute me again, or I'll never be back here again. Randolph, it doesn't matter. Okay, your position entails the falsity of God in some sense. Is that correct?
I'm going to just take a moment to explain what I mean by implicit.
I'm asking you a simple question. Does your
you just asked me and I just answered.
Yeah, does your position entail by implication that God does not exist?
Yes, it does. And I want to explain what implicit and explicit means.
That's all I wanted to know. That's all I need to know. Your position entails the falsity of God. Now, can you please explain to me how it is that God does not exist?
After I explain what I mean by implicit and explicit, I will do that.
Please make it quick.
Okay. When it comes to not holding a belief in something, an explicit belief would be, or holding that explicitly would mean that I have the capability of holding an opposite view to that, or a contradictory view to that, such as a theistic view that deities do exist, or even an anti-theistic one that deities specifically don't exist. An inanimate object, such as a rock, would be implicitly
You're wasting my time here.
Would be implicitly
atheistic. You're wasting my time, Randolph.
I'm halfway through explaining. I'm almost done. I've given you a lot of time.
I asked you to be quick.
So an implicit saying that an inanimate object like a chair or a bucket of water is an atheist would be implicitly correct, because those things are not capable.
Randolph, you're completely off topic here. You're running the clock out like you did on Math-Based Channel.
You will allow me to finish this because I'm trying to give clear answers here.
Yeah, no,
And
you're
so
filibustering.
I'm not. I'm almost done.
You are.
No, I'm almost done, and this is also for the benefit of the audience. So,
Okay, good. I hope you'll be done
implicitly, inanimate objects would be not believing in deities, but it's only implicit. It's not explicit because inanimate objects are not capable of
This
holding
is
any kind of
completely off topic, Randolph.
So
this is why I said
now,
you're wasting my time. This is completely off topic.
I've given you a lot of time.
Okay,
I've given you
you're
a lot of
wasting my time. You're dodging the issue.
All right.
I told you I will answer after I explain.
Wow,
and you interrupted on the last few words.
Because you're filibustering.
No, I'm not. You
Randolph,
have plenty of
your
time.
position can your affirmation that there is one or more facts that don't necessitate referencing God, does it logically and necessarily follow that God cannot coexist in that world?
Yeah, again, as I told you, it's not a view that I hold. But
okay, no, I didn't ask you if you hold that view. I said, does it logically and necessarily follow?
I agree conceptually, and so implicitly you could say that I hold that view. So I'm trying to, but you're interrupting me.
Randolph,
I am trying to, but you're interrupting me.
No, you're not answering the question. No, I'm interrupting you because you're not answering the question. You're wasting.
You're not giving me time.
Randolph,
well, I think you don't like my answers because I'm being clear.
Randolph, if you affirm that there is one fact that does not necessitate referencing God as the necessary precondition, does it logically and necessarily follow from that God cannot exist in that world?
By implication, you asked, and I already answered that, yes.
Is that a yes? Good. Then your position entails that God cannot exist.
That's not my position because I don't hold the anti-theistic position.
You are completely in denial here. Do you affirm that there are facts that exist? Do you affirm that there are facts that exist without the necessity of referencing God as the precondition?
That seems to be the case to me, yes.
Okay, good. God cannot exist in a world like that.
Thank you for admitting that.
Okay, so good. Then you are agreeing then that when you affirm that there are temporal facts that don't necessitate God, God cannot exist, right?
Yeah, I told you I agree with that logic. That makes sense.
Then, good. Can you please explain to me then, how is it then, how is it that God does not exist?
Well,
I don't hold that position.
Yes, you do. It necessarily follows from your claim that there are temporal facts that do not necessitate him. It necessarily follows, and you just agreed to it.
It's just going to follow from the fact that he doesn't believe in God, that God doesn't exist, Darth.
I told you by implication. You even asked me by implication, your words.
So your position entails the falsity of God. Now, I want to know, how is it that there is no God, Randolph? That's right. How is it that there's no God, Randolph?
I don't explicitly hold that position.
You don't have to explicitly hold it. It's entailed, okay? The falsity of God is necessarily entailed in your claim that there are temporal facts that don't reference him.
There's nothing I can do about that.
Okay, so Randolph, the bottom line is the affirmation. Would the moderators please mute these people? When you affirm that there's a temporal fact that does not reference God, then that equals the denial of God. Are we clear?
Only implicitly it does. We're clear partway there.
It doesn't matter. There's not this only, because an implicit and an explicit are both denials of God. So your position, it doesn't matter whether it's implicit or it doesn't matter whether it's implicit or explicit. No, it does not, Randolph. Randolph, God cannot exist in your world where facts do not necessitate referencing him. Is that true, Randolph?
Through implication, yes, that's true.
Okay, good. So you are now admitting that your position entails the falsity of God. Okay, we're clear on that now. Now, I want to know, how is it that God does not exist?
I told you I don't hold that position explicitly.
Okay, Randolph, how is it that there is no God?
So is this like these police interrogations where they ask people a question 3 times and then finally get a different answer?
You are just like when we talked on Math Pig, you were completely a deer in the headlights and were filibustering and was not addressing the issue. It's crystal clear right now. Your position entails the falsity of God. Now, as the head of Canadian atheists, okay, it doesn't make a difference. Now, I want to know how it is. No, it does not. No, it does not, Richard. It's a distinction without a difference. It makes no difference whether it's explicit or implicit. Very big difference. Randolph, does your position? Okay, Randolph, you are making a distinction with no difference. It makes no difference that it is implicit versus explicit. They both entail that God cannot exist. Are we clear?
They both do entail that, yes.
Good. So your position is God cannot and does not exist, right?
I don't hold that position explicitly.
Okay. No, it doesn't matter that you don't hold it explicitly. You see, now you're being deceptive and evasive.
No.
Your position entails the falsity of God.
Hang on.
Now, I want to know. Okay, you know what? You are a total waste of time. Okay.
Hey, Dart.
You sitting there. Shut up. Don't tell me what to do. Okay.
Dart, no, Dart. That's not gonna go here. This isn't Reformation. If you want to engage with Randolph, you'll have to follow our rules. Okay. There is no 2 ways about it. So, if you don't want to follow our rules, you don't get to engage him.
Okay.
I'll just say I'm not offended or anything here, by the way. But thank you very much. I respect.
He ran away. He ran away.
I do appreciate the respect. Thank you very much.
Are you comfortable, Mr. Silverman? Can I give you a back rub? Can I give you a massage, Mr. Silverman? Are you feeling uncomfortable?
That's pretty ugly.
Have an ultimate foundation as a frame of reference to place facts.
I don't even know what that means. Do I have an
well?
Look, we are all perceiving this universe together. And we are all perceiving things to a certain level of knowledge and a certain level of comfort. I know.
I don't think you're understanding the question. Okay.
Why are we doing this now?
Dave,
come on.
Just a second. Dave, are you comfortable continuing this inquiry, or would you prefer to move on?
Well, I'm not here to debate the existence of God. I've done that so many times, and I'm not really interested in doing right now. But I'm happy to talk to it. I mean,
yes.
If he's telling me,
as you wish, Dave. Do you want me to let him continue this inquiry? Whenever you want, we want to make you as comfortable as possible. Do you want me to unmute him?
No, continue. But please, but please, let's get into what something useful is. Let's talk about something useful here. I mean, if we're talking about the frame of reference, yes, of course, everything is relative. If you don't have an objective knowledge of the universe, of reality, we have a framework of reality that we operate in, and you and I operate in the exact same reality, and we operate in the exact same filters. The only difference is that you're just attributing credit that I'm not, and so that's kind of the only that's the only real answer to your question. You and I have the same framework. Okay. The only difference is that you have this other framework, this super framework that your religion has kind of invented, and say, this tells you what
you're not addressing. Why do you keep on muting me, Canadian?
Dave, it's your call at this point. Do you prefer to continue this, or should we move on to the next question?
We can keep going. We can end this.
All right. We will be moving on to the next question, which is.
Real quick, Canadian, I just want to ask Dave a question. When you said
So we're moving on to the next question. David, the question.
A few moments later.
David finished rambling incoherently, not addressing my question, and I clarified the question. I was then muted again. After I responded for a 4th time that he wasn't addressing the question, and I wanted him to address the question. He started talking about morality and all that kind of stuff. And the question I asked him was, since you reject the concept of God as being ultimate and the ground of all being, what is your ultimate frame of reference so that you can place and interpret facts? He never addressed the question, and Canadian Catholic completely protected him. He bent over backwards to protect David Silverman.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're even still over there.
I mean, I was literally shocked at the level that Canadian Catholic went to protect me from even having a brief interaction. As soon as I got my question out, I was server muted. Okay, when David Silverman finished bloviating, not addressing my question at all, he just gave a mini soliloquy, and I said, "Well, I don't think you understand the question." You know, I said, "You are without God when you invoke facts. I want to know what the ultimate framework is that's a grounding for these things." 3 to 4 times in a row, he gave this completely deer in the headlights, clueless monologue having nothing to do with my question. But that's not why I'm just breaking in here. Canadian Catholic bent over backwards in the most disgusting form of censoring me to make it look like he would let me question David Silverman, but he wouldn't let him. He goes, "Are you David? Are you comfortable with these questions? Do you want to continue? Are you feeling uncomfortable, David?"
Yeah, he was kind of trying to prod David into moving along.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I am dumbfounded and shocked at the level of obsequiousness that he showed toward David Silverman. Canadian Catholic is an abomination. What happened is Canadian Catholic actually ran moderator interference to insulate David Silverman from being humiliated.
Darth, honestly, did you expect anything less?
As bad as Canadian Catholic is, I did not even expect him to run protection for David Silverman. I'm dumbfounded that somebody would be that obsequious to David Silverman. Okay, that he literally was leading David Silverman on by a leash. Are you uncomfortable with this line of questioning? David? Do you want to move on? Do you want to move on? And then after the third time, when I said, "David, I don't think you're understanding, and you're not addressing my point." Okay. See, this is the problem, that when you deal with these professional or semi-professional atheists, that when you ask them really clear and circumspect questions that go for the jugular, they don't answer it and they monologue. And that's exactly what David Silverman did. Canadian Catholic sent me a message. I'll have to read it, but he totally ran. He protected David Silverman from really interacting with me. It was totally phony.
Should be interesting to see what he said in the message.
It's real. Like
he said, "I let it go on for as long as I could, buddy. Hope all is well." I let it go on for as long as I could.
What the hell does that mean?
He let Kathleen Tanner go on and on and on and on talking with David Silverman. He was deliberately protecting David Silverman.
This is what Canadian Catholic does. He just always bends over for other people. He tries to get so many people like him, including these vicious atheists.
He knew that if he allowed any more interaction, that David Silverman would have been humiliated. Okay. He deliberately stepped in. David, are you feeling uncomfortable? David, I was just surprised he didn't get down on his knees and unzip David Silverman's pants. Yeah, Canadian Catholic is either a total phony or he's mentally deranged. I don't know which it is.
Well, he let Godless talk, and didn't try and shut her up.
Had no real choice in the matter at all, because Adam wasn't some innocent guy and God's sitting there going, "Do something evil, do something evil, do something evil." He was following his desires. Just as Joseph's brothers were following their desires and selling Joseph into slavery in Egypt. But what did Joseph say in Genesis chapter 50, verse 20? I know you meant this for evil, but God intended it for good. Same action. Their desire is evil. God's desire is good. God accomplishes his purposes, and he holds them accountable, not based upon knowing what his decree is, but upon acting upon the desires of their hearts. See how God does the exact same thing with the king of Assyria in Isaiah chapter 10. And the biggest example of this, the clearest example of this, is Acts chapter 4. When the early church is told, don't preach in the name of Jesus, they come back together again and they pray. And the early church talks about the persecution, and they talk about how Herod, Pontius Pilate, the Jews, and the Romans had come together against Jesus. Now, there are four groups that had very different reasons for doing what they did. Herod was just nuts. Pilate was a politician who was a coward. The Jews hated Jesus because he'd exposed them over and over again, and the Romans were just killing somebody. That's what they did, you know? That's just sort of what Roman soldiers do on the weekend. All had different motivations, but notice what Acts 4:28 says, to do whatever your hand had predestined to occur. Because, folks, the crucifixion of Jesus was the greatest single self-glorifying act that God has ever accomplished. The greatest good expressed the evil of the hearts of men. Tricked Adam? No. Adam did what he desired to do. Herod, Pontius Pilate did what they desired to do. And we keep saying, well, he said, well, you know, my opponent this evening says that God could save the uttermost. By the way, that's actually a citation of Jesus from Hebrews chapter 7, talking about Jesus. He is able to save the uttermost, those who draw nigh unto God by him, seeing ever lives to make intercession for them. Yes, God is able to save the uttermost. He says, well, if I end up in hell, it's because God didn't give me faith. No, sir, if you end up in hell, it's because you didn't repent from your sins. But you see the idea as well. But if I'm dependent upon God to raise me to spiritual life, God is under no obligation. Grace cannot be demanded. Grace must be free. You see, folks, you don't want justice from God. Because every single one of us, Mr. Silverman looked out over you. You're not criminals. You're good folks. In comparison to who? In comparison to who? What was the greatest commandment according to the Lord Jesus Christ? You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. And there's not a person in this room that has done that perfectly this day, including myself. According to whom are you good? You see, the reason anyone's a Christian is because what I talked about, God reaches down. He takes out that hard heart that can say, oh, I'm good, and gives you a heart of flesh, and you start realizing how often you're needlessly angered, how often you have thoughts of lust, how often you put yourself before others, how selfish you are. And once we know that, once we have that knowledge, we flee from our sin to a perfect Savior. And that's why any one of us is a Christian. It's not because we're better than someone else. It's all a matter of grace. But God is under no obligation. God is under no obligation to save every single person. He could, I say, he could. But you see, think about it. God would have just a few choices. Either God can save no one, God can save everyone, or God can save someone. If he saves no one, then we never see his mercy, his love, and his grace. If he saves everyone, we never see his justice, his holiness, and his wrath against sin. But when he saves someone, we see both. And in that situation, not only does God have freedom to choose to do as he pleases, to glorify himself, but we see the whole range of the divine attributes expressed, which is what we have in the New Testament. Now, folks, I couldn't believe that Mr. Silverman stood up and said, well, he never said the New Testament wasn't evil. If I need to say it clearly, let me say it clearly for you. The New Testament is the theopneustos, God-breathed Word of God. It is pure and good in every syllable. How's that? Okay? Now, what I was explaining that Mr. Silverman didn't seem to understand was that that message of the cross is foolishness to certain people, and it's the power of God to other people. Why is it that case? Why is it that we can both hear the same message and come to completely different conclusions? It's a matter of the heart. It's a matter of the soul. It's a matter of the spirit. Things that Mr. Silverman's worldview can't even begin to address because none of those things exist. We are just atoms banging together. That's all we are. All you see all you see happening in front of you this evening are two bags of protoplasm with neurons firing random electrical signals back and forth in their cranium. That's all that's happening. From an atheist worldview, that's all you can say is happening. But you see, as you sit here this evening, you know better. You know that each one of us should be concerned about consistency. You know each one of us should be concerned about accuracy. You know each one of us should be concerned about clearly expressing ourselves if we respect you. I wasn't disrespecting you when I looked out and talked about the criminal in front of the judge in any way, shape, or form, because I was talking about myself as well. And I say to you once again, the greatest way I can show love, respect, and concern for you and affirm that you are a creature created in the image of God is to tell you the truth about your Creator and your need for His salvation. That's the greatest thing I can do for you. I can explain that on my worldview. I can explain why the New Testament is good and pure from my worldview. How can Mr. Silverman, as a naturalistic materialist, even begin to meaningfully demonstrate his assertion, the thesis this evening? Dictionary.com or reference.com is not enough. There needs to be something more. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination period. Interesting cross-examination. I think this is a very important part of the debate. And I think we're going to begin with, according to this, David Silverman will question Dr. White for 10 minutes. The way we're going to do this is we're going to have the questioner stand and the person being questioned seated at their desk. And that's pretty much like a courtroom situation, okay? And again, I'm going to thank you for being respectful, just like you would in a court of law. Even if you hear something that you strongly disagree with, okay, please, be respectful and be quiet so that everybody can make their points, such as they are. And I'm also going to admonish gently the questioners and the questionees that the question actually be a question and the answer actually be an answer, meaning responsive to the question. No speeches, no ducking the question. Preferably, if you can answer the question with a yes or no, would be ideal. That is how cross-examination works. I'm doing this only for 30 years, okay? But if you need to give an explanation, certainly give an explanation, but it must be responsive to the question. So with that in mind, we welcome David Silverman to question James White for 10 minutes. And again, I'll give a 1-minute warning on this.
Thank you. My mic on? Can you hear me? Okay, do I get to pace around? You're an attorney, right? So, Dr. White. Okay. You want me to go over there? Really? All right. Oh, all right. All right, that's good. I see, you can be right. There you go. I'm really having a good time tonight. I hope you're all having a good time tonight and enjoying yourselves. I really appreciate the hospitality that I'm being offered. Dr. White, let's talk a bit about original sin. Adam and Eve are in the Garden of Eden. Before they eat that apple, we'll call it an apple, they're perfect, yes?
Perfect as, sorry, apologize. There we go. Testing 1, 2, okay, there you go. Perfect as in God created them to be upright, yes.
Perfect as in knowing good from evil?
Not in the sense that they had, not experientially as yet, no.
Okay. So Adam is in the Garden of Eden, and God puts the tree of knowledge of good and evil in the Garden of Eden. Adam hasn't sinned yet. Adam hasn't eaten the apple yet. God knows at that point in time that you and I are going to have this conversation right now.
Not only knows that he decreed it, that's why he knows it. His knowledge is based upon his decree.
Okay. So Adam eating the apple was part of God's plan.
Yes, sir.
Are there babies in hell?
Are there babies in hell?
Yeah.
As you may have, I'm not sure if you were quoting me when you were talking or not, I believe that God has the exact same freedom in the salvation of infants that he has in the salvation of adults.
That's not my answer. That's not my question.
Well, but I'm explaining it since you asked, are there quote-unquote babies in hell? I believe that God has the same freedom in the salvation of infants that he has in adults, since all of us, no matter what our stage of development, are fallen sons and daughters of Adam. Then God would not be under any compulsion to show mercy to anyone. But I believe that he does, based upon the very same freedom that he has in saving any adult person as well. So I do not know, I cannot look someone, and I've been a hospital chaplain, so I've had to do this more than once. I cannot look at someone and play God and tell them what God is going to do in that situation. My response always is, the judge of all the earth will do right, and leave it to the very same thing that I do with my children or anyone in my family.
So when Adam was about to eat that apple, when God put that tree of knowledge of good and evil in the Garden of Eden, he knew that he would be in this situation right now. He decreed it. He insisted on it. He made it happen.
He chose to glorify himself in this particular fashion through the atonement of Christ, yeah.
He made it happen.
When you say made it happen, what do you mean? Are you differentiating between primary movers, secondary means, et cetera, et cetera?
I'm saying that if I take my keys and I drop them, the keys have no will. I'm saying that I know that I'm going to drop these keys and they're going to fall. I knew that was going to happen. But God was more sure than I was that Adam would eat the fruit, that Adam would cause the fall of that would cause the fall of man, and that billions and billions of souls created by God who he loved would go to hell as a result.
God's knowledge of the future is not analogous to your knowledge of physical laws. That would be a category error. However, the point that you're making is that God knows the future and that the future flows from his own decree. Of course, what did not follow was the conclusion that you included in your question.
Is it not then God's will that billions and billions of souls are in hell?
It is God's will to glorify himself in the salvation of particular people and to demonstrate his justice in his just punishment of many others. I don't know, first of all, I don't think there's anybody in hell right now, so I want to correct that. I believe that's a future state. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know what the percentage of people is going to be who are going to experience his grace, and the percentage of people is going to be who will not. So I don't know how many people there are, but their just punishment was not only known to God, but the result of his will from the beginning. Yes, no question about that.
So you don't think that there's anybody damned?
No, I do believe that there are people that are damned. All I said was hell is if you're familiar with the book of Revelation, it says that death and Hades were cast into the lake of fire.
Mm-hmm.
The dead right now are not in a place called hell, they're in a place called Hades. They're not the same thing. Maybe you're confusing those two terms.
Mm-hmm. But God had all of this in mind when Adam ate the apple.
Ephesians
in fact, it was God's will. It was God's intention. God could have stopped it if he didn't want it to happen, but he chose not to.
Certainly God could have stopped anything that he did not want to have happen, as he does very regularly in curbing the evil of man, and we never thank him for that. But I do differentiate very strongly between talking about God's decree and the fact that God's will, as revealed to us, is found in his law. We don't know what God's secret decree is. God's will says, thou shalt not murder. So you need, you need to differentiate when you're using the term will, because you're asking a Christian theologian what he believes about that, and I will have to differentiate on the basis of the Scripture at that point.
I'm confused.
Okay.
God could put everyone in heaven anytime he wanted to. God could show his grace. God could show himself. God has, and many times during the Bible.
Very complex question. You've already gotten to two different places that I would have to interrupt you and to answer part of the question.
Please do.
When you said God could, are you talking about before creation, before he began to do his work? Or are you talking about now?
Both.
Well, theoretically, prior to the fall of man and to the working out of his will, God could have just created us all to go to heaven, and that would have been it. He never would have glorified himself in the cross. He never would have demonstrated his love or mercy. He could have, theoretically.
Mm-hmm.
But once the fall took place, then no longer is that a theoretical possibility, because God has already begun to act, make promises, and God's not going to go back upon the promises he's already made to the prophets or whatever else it might be. So you have to pick and choose which area you're going to approach there.
Let's do that again. God could not choose right now to send everybody to heaven?
No, because he's made revelation. He has revealed exactly how a person is to go to heaven and exactly upon what grounds. He has given prophecies. He'd have to be able to lie, and the Scripture says God cannot lie. And so to vitiate his own prophecies, he would have to be able to change his own nature and be able to say, I was dishonest in what I said before.
Moses had one covenant. God gave us a second covenant with Jesus. That changed the rules.
No, it did not.
2 minutes.
No, it
did not change the
You're
rules?
not understanding the relationship of the covenant of grace, which actually begins with Adam, and that each one of those covenants are a representation of that covenant of grace. There is a fundamental unity that exists through those, even though that there is a difference in how those things are worked out. The book of Hebrews makes it very plain that the argument you just made is not really an accurate argument to the New Testament teaching.
It's not an accurate argument.
No.
So, God could have done something once before, which is send everybody to heaven, and just glorified himself by showing himself to everybody. Now he can't do that. Now he has to glorify himself by sending lots of people to Hades.
God will be consistent. God will be consistent with the promises he has already made. Yes, he does not change, and he has made a revelation as to what he's doing, and he's not going to change that.
I'm done.
Okay, we have no further questions.
The prosecution rests on this question.
Okay. And now we'll have 10 minutes. Now we'll have 10 minutes of questions by Dr. James White for Mr. Silverman.
Mr. Silverman, to win the debate this evening, you need to establish that the New Testament is evil. Could you explain to us, based upon your naturalistic worldview, how something can be evil?
First of all, to win the debate tonight, I have to prove that it's evil better than you can prove that it's not. How can I explain something that is evil? Is that evil is a judgment call based on our current morality. You and I are humans. We are thinking humans, and evil is a human concept. What some religions do, and Christianity does this, is that it takes human morality and it defends it by adding a mythology to it, thereby strengthening the human morality. I should say, giving the credit for that morality, for those judgment calls, to a book so that they're not questioned.
You just said that evil is a judgment call based upon current morality. Current morality amongst whom?
Current morality among living humans.
All living humans?
No. Living humans in this area. It changes. Morality is a relative statement.
So
there's absolutely no question about it.
So morality
is a to a book giving the credit for among living humans.
Current morality. Evil is a judgment call based upon current morality. Current morality amongst whom?
Current morality among living humans.
All living humans?
No. Living humans in this area. Among living humans.
All living humans?
No. Living humans in this area. It changes.
All living humans?
No. Living humans in this area. It changes. Humans.
All living humans?
No. Living humans in this area. It changes. Morality is a relative statement. There's absolutely no question about it.
So morality changes based upon where you live.
And when you live.
And when you live.
Yes.
Right? So the obvious question I think is crossing everyone's mind here then is, upon what basis could we say it was moral for us to have entered into World War II against the Axis powers, given that the morality that prevailed in their culture could have said that it was good to slaughter Jews and gypsies and people like that? Why did we have a moral reason for engaging in a war like that?
In our judgment, yes, we did. And in Germany's judgment, no, we did not.
So
that's
there
what
was...
makes it work. That's what humanity is all about.
So those people gave their lives based upon just a moral judgment made in one particular area that wasn't necessarily true someplace else.
Yes, absolutely, because people make their moral judgments based on the information that's available to them at the time. Just like slavery used to be moral here in the United States, and it used to be supported by the New and the Old Testament. But now we all know that slavery is an intolerable, immoral thing.
So you're actually asserting that the laws on slavery in the Old Testament had something to do with the American form of slavery?
I am saying that the laws, that the New Testament and the Old Testament were both used to support slavery among Christians in America.
But you recognize that a written document can be used to support almost anything as long as you don't worry about its context, right?
A written document, in fact, the Bible can be used to support anything at all. Anything at all you can support with the Bible, yes.
By ignoring its context or in its context?
By supposing and presupposing its context. And by taking things of context and making it fit the morality that you currently have. For instance, the Pauline epistles specifically mention that a slave has to obey his master. That, if taken into the context, can be used to support slavery.
But you would agree, I would hope, that we should interpret any text like that within the original context in which it was written, right?
If we interpret it, we are subjecting it to our own thoughts, and we are taking our own morality and reading it into the Bible. Your interpretation of the Bible within its context is exactly that. It's your interpretation, your brain's interpretation of the Bible in the context that you think.
Have you written anything, Mr. Silverman?
Have I written anything?
Published a book, booklet, anything like that?
I published lots of articles on the internet.
Okay.
Yeah.
After you're dead, will they still have the same meaning they had when you wrote them?
That's a pretty broad statement. Will they still have the same meaning?
Well, when you write a sentence, do you intend it to communicate an actual meaning to someone?
Yes.
Do you have children?
Yes.
When you command, do you have teenagers?
Yes.
Oh, man.
And I've seen your video where you talk about having a teenage girl and how they go blank.
Have you experienced what I've experienced in the past, where the teenager only hears half of the sentence, which instead of clean your room, then we'll go to have pizza, all they hear is the we're going to have pizza part? Have you experienced that?
I certainly have.
Okay. Now, back to the serious part. When you say something serious to your teenager, do you intend to be interpreted within the context you intend them to interpret your words in?
Yes.
Okay, so when the Apostle Paul writes to the Corinthians, should not our first concern be to know what he intended his original audience to understand? Or are you denying that we can't know what that was?
We can't know what that was.
We cannot know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. In our current morality, we can't. You're talking about a 2,000-year-old document. We can't even determine if it was written by whom.
Well, wait a minute. I'm confused. So you cannot read Cicero and understand anything Cicero said?
I can understand what he says, but
Why?
I can't because he uses words.
Didn't Paul use words?
Words, yes.
Okay, and so I'm just wondering.
Are you actually trying to say that Paul's letters, where he actually says that a slave should obey the master, doesn't say that slavery is okay?
Yeah, that's a conclusion. You're asking me a question now. I need to keep asking you questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Shouldn't we interpret what Paul said about the subject of slavery within the context in which he said it in antiquity, not within the context of American slavery, which existed 1,800 years later and was fundamentally different in its form, purposes, and foundation?
In my personal moral opinion, slavery is always wrong, sir. And that's my personal moral judgment, and there's no way around that.
That's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you.
I'm sorry, I can't go there. If you're actually going to say to me that the Paulines are absolute, then we're not going to have too much of a discussion.
Mr. Silverman, my question is actually, and I want to come back to what you just said, because I want to ask you why you can think that slavery is evil at all times. But before that, I think we have to establish a simple fact of human language here. If someone digs up one of your internet articles 1,000 years from now, do you believe that the words that you wrote will still carry the meaning you intended?
I hope so.
You hope so?
Yes, I hope so.
Would someone have the ability to accurately understand what you said in that article 1,000 years from now?
I hope so.
And would you want them to interpret you in the way you intended rather than putting into your mouth words and thoughts you never intended?
What I would want, yes.
Okay, so when we then read the Apostle Paul addressing the institution of Roman slavery and not calling for all slaves to rebel, causing revolution in the Roman Empire, should we not read his words in the context of first century Rome rather than 19th century Georgia?
2 minutes.
I would say yes.
Okay, good. All right. Whew. Now, I'm glad we got there. Now,
unfortunately, it didn't happen.
So, unfortunately, what didn't happen?
Unfortunately, it didn't happen. People interpreted it as they so chose, which is what they do all the time.
And so, if someone interprets the Bible contrary to what the original author intended and that he expressed by his own words, is that an abuse of the Bible or a proper use of the Bible?
That is an abuse.
Good, thank you. All right, and if someone abuses your writings, you're not responsible for their abusing your writings, are you?
No.
Okay, good, all right. Now, you had said just now that you believe that slavery, and please repeat if you could, I didn't have a chance to write it down. I think you said that you believe slavery is always wrong, right?
Yes, I do.
So, in the Roman Empire, where everybody in the Senate, all the people, I mean, it was the economic system of the day, why don't they get to determine their morality and you get to say that they were doing something that was wrong? How are you consistent at that point?
I'm going to permit you to answer this, and then the time is up.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying, that morality changes over time and per location. That I believe here in my time, in this location, that slavery is always wrong. However, the morality of the ancient Romans was different, just like the morality of early Americans was different. It changes. Morality is relative.
Now we'll have David Silverman question James White for 10 minutes.
Dr. White, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about predetermination. You state that faith is a gift from God, and Ephesians 2-6, for by grace you have been saved through faith and not of yourselves. It is a gift from God as a result, not as a result of works, that no one should boast.
That's actually Ephesians 2:8 and 9.
Yes. Where is the free will if God can save to the uttermost and chooses not to? If faith is a gift, how am I to be blamed for God not giving me faith?
You're not blamed for God not giving you faith. You're blamed for your sin and your rebellion and your refusal to repent. Giving someone the gift of faith is an act of grace. It's not the basis upon which you're sent to hell. Your sin is the basis upon which you're sent to hell.
Say it again.
Your sin, and your guilt before God is the basis upon which you are justly condemned. Grace goes beyond the categories of mercy, of justice. Grace and mercy go beyond those categories, sir.
So God can save to the uttermost. Jesus can save to the uttermost. And that's all completely up to God. He can choose by his grace to soften my heart, turn it from stone to flesh, and make me a Christian.
Even you, yes, sir.
Even me.
Even you.
But he chooses not to. And
Well,
if I die in this state, right here, right now, I'm damned. Yes?
Yes, sir. In fact, the biblical teaching is the wrath of God abides, present tense, upon you right now.
The wrath of God.
Yes.
Yes. How is that fair?
Fair?
How is it fair?
It is, in fact, well, you know what? It isn't fair, because if it was only fair, God would bring his wrath to bear upon you right now. He's extending grace and mercy to you in patience.
So I need to thank God that he hasn't sent me to hell yet.
Yes, sir. Yes. In fact, I would say that's quite true.
That's good.
No question about it. But yeah, so if you're talking about strict fairness in the sense of bringing about the punishment immediately, then God has always demonstrated mercy and grace, even in extending life and patience to people and not bringing his judgment to bear immediately.
But once again, I'm predestined. Wherever I'm going to go, I'm predestined. God knows where I'm going to go, whether or not I'm going to hell, whether or not I'm going to accept Jesus.
Is that a question or a statement?
It's a question.
Okay, could you put it in the form of a question?
Does God already know where I'm going to go, when I'm going to go, and if I'm going to accept Jesus?
I noticed you changed the question, and I find that interesting, because the original statement was you were predestined to do something, and as I said in my response in the rebuttal period, you do what you desire to do. I've heard many an atheist, when I debated Dan Barker, he said, I don't want to be in the presence of your God. When I die, I want to go to hell, so I will be as far away from your God as possible. And God will grant him his wish.
All right.
Unless he changes his heart, which of course is my prayer both for him and for you. But again, if you don't have the desire to be in the presence of God, why would you say it's unfair if he doesn't bring you into his presence?
My question was, am I predestined?
I do believe that, but see, I need to differentiate some. That's why I asked you to put it in the form of a question.
Okay. Am I
because
predestined?
predestination has two forms. You have the positive act of God, whereby he extends his grace to save his elect. In regards to the others, that's not an extension of grace, even an extension of power. It is simple justice, because they are already fallen in Adam. And so they are not, there's something called equal ultimacy that we deny. They are not the same act except just the positive and negative side. To save someone, God must extend incredible grace. To judge someone, God really doesn't have to do anything at all other than just simply bring his justice to bear.
But God can extend that incredible grace anytime he wants to without effort. It's not an effort.
Without effort? No, it's actually the very power that raised the Son of God from the grave. It is a massive effort. It is the greatest power.
God is all-powerful, though. All-powerful means anything can be done without effort.
No, I don't believe that's what all-powerful means. I disagree with the foundation of your question.
Oh, what does all-powerful mean?
Well, having all power does not mean that there is an equal extension of power to do anything. To raise a rebel sinner to spiritual life is a fundamentally different thing than making a tree grow. Those are different kinds of things. And according to the New Testament, there is great power involved in the resurrection of a sinner to spiritual life. It is a miracle that is, I think, even greater than the resurrection of the dead recorded in John 11 or elsewhere in the Gospels.
Are you suggesting that God could actually get tired?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay,
I'm simply recognizing that the scriptures themselves use that language to talk about the power that raised Jesus from the grave is the same power that animates believers.
Perhaps I'm not being clear. If God is all-powerful, that means he has an unlimited amount of power, and therefore it doesn't matter how much power it takes to do something, he can do it with relatively no effort.
The New Testament does not agree with your assessment of omnipotence.
Okay. Still, let's talk about free will. If we're talking about something that is predetermined, pre-known, why are we going through this whole life exercise in the first place?
Well, whose free will are you talking about? Are you talking about God's
Mine.
or ours? Yours.
Mine, my personal free will.
Okay.
Do I
so
have it?
From a Christian perspective, what you possess is creaturely will. And according to the New Testament, Jesus himself said, he who commits sin is a slave of sin. So your will has been enslaved to your nature, which is that of a fallen creature. And
But
so
I'm predestined. God knows what's going to happen. I can't change God's will. I can't go against God's will. I'm physically incapable of doing anything against God's plan.
And as I said beforehand, you don't want to. I'm not sure why you keep raising a theoretical that isn't relevant to the situation.
But sir,
if you have the desire, that is the result of God's grace in your heart. But the point is that you do not have that desire. You do not desire to turn from him. And he's under no obligation to give to a rebel sinner that which the rebel sinner despises and hates.
So I am physically incapable of going against God's plan.
Well, I wouldn't use the term physically because we're talking...
I'm incapable. I'm incapable.
Well, I make the differentiation because I believe you to be a naturalistic materialist, and therefore I need to answer in an appropriate fashion.
Go for it.
And the scriptures specifically say in Romans chapter 8 that those who are according to the flesh cannot submit themselves to the law of God. They cannot do what is pleasing before God. That is the biblical teaching.
And so I am doomed.
2 minutes.
Unless God, by his Spirit, grants to you spiritual life and raises you to spiritual life, that's exactly correct. You will continue to do exactly what your nature causes you to want to do, and that is to act in rebellion. And your particular form of rebellion is a form of atheism. But to be perfectly honest with you, I don't see any difference in the motivation, what motivates you to be an atheist, as what motivates people involved in false religion to do the greatest feats of religiosity. It's still rebellion against God.
And we have no choice in that matter.
No, you make the choice every day.
No, we don't, because we cannot go against the will of God.
Is that a question, or are you arguing the point?
It's a discussion.
Okay, I understand, but we're supposed to be doing this in the form of questions. And so the question, see, you assumed something that I would have immediately challenged had you asked it in the form of a question. When you say you have no choice, I say you have all the choice in the world, but you don't have the desire. If you understood the nature of the will, especially as I think Jonathan Edwards very rightly brought it out in his massive treatise on the subject, you would know that the will operates on the desires presented to it by our nature. Your nature as a fallen person does not present to your will the desire to do what is right before God. Therefore, as Jesus said, you are enslaved to your sin.
I'm done.
Well, your time was up anyway, so. And now Dr. White will question David Silverman for 10 minutes.
This is exhausting.
I do it every day.
Actually, yes, sir, it is. But I'm appreciating the effort, and I hope everyone else is listening very, very carefully.
I think my wife is getting an appreciation for what I do on a daily basis. I'm loving this.
All right, so are we starting now?
Yes, please.
All right, okay. Here we go. Mr. Silverman, I got completely lost at one point in your rebuttal. You, at one point, quoted Ephesians 2 and said that's the only place where works was brought in, and then you said that was contradictory to Mark that says it was by faith alone.
Yep, that was my mistake.
Okay, could you explain? Because
no, I misread the Bible. I misread the passage.
Okay, so your actual assertion was that Ephesians is the one that says it's by grace, and that's contradictory to something else?
No, my original assertion was that Ephesians said it was by works, but actually the works is really in Matthew, where it says you get to heaven by doing things according to the commandments. And In Mark, it says you get to heaven by submitting yourself to God and by accepting Jesus.
Okay, so you're alleging that Matthew actually teaches as a whole that you get to heaven by your good works?
Yeah.
Where would you
what
find that?
What are the greatest commandments? The greatest commandments is love thy God and be good to thy neighbor.
So
Those
it's
are-
your
there's
interpretation.
nothing, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I don't see anything in Matthew that says belief is required.
I see. Okay. So it is when you read Matthew, you're understanding the judgment and the existence of God's law as being the means by which we somehow earn God's favor and enter into his presence.
Restate your question, please.
So you really think that Matthew is saying that we earn our salvation by loving God perfectly? You think Matthew actually has the idea that anyone actually does that?
I am not in a position to interpret.
Okay, all right.
Okay, but yeah, that's what it appears to me.
Okay, all right.
What I'm saying is that there's nothing in Matthew, as there is in Mark, as there is in John, that says belief gets you into heaven and belief is required to get into heaven. Matthew doesn't say that.
Okay.
Find that
So
kind
if
of
I were to
curious.
present text to you, that would probably take us out of our subject here, because you're not saying this is evil. So I want to stay in the subject range we're in.
No, I'm not saying that Matthew is evil. There's not that much in Matthew that's evil.
There's not that much in Matthew that is evil. Is it
No, it's
evil?
mainly John and beyond.
Is it evil for Jesus to say, take up your cross and follow me? Deny yourself, take up your cross and follow me. If what Jesus was teaching was false and there is no God, and Jesus was saying, leave your father and mother and follow me, I thought you said that which would destroy a family was evil.
Yes.
So if Jesus calls someone to follow him and that results in the destruction of the family, how is that not an evil thing?
No, I guess you're right.
Okay. So
I'll yield that point, because
Okay.
the destruction of families is evil, and
Right.
yeah, that's in Matthew.
Okay. Now, based upon a naturalistic worldview, why should families not be destroyed? Why should they not? I'm sorry, I think the term you used was either disrupted or maybe destroyed. I forget which one it was. I'd
I'm
have to look at
saying
my notes.
the human race is a social animal. We're here as a social animal, and anything that gets in the way of our ability to live our lives as we see fit, in peace, in harmony, anything, by your own admission, that destroys families. I mean, you've said online that faith destroys families more than it unites them. I believe you said that, although I don't have the exact thing.
Yeah.
But I believe you said that
let
faith.
me see if I'm a lawyer here. Where did I say that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have that quote with me.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Oh, it's on there, though. I'm pretty sure you said it.
I'm sorry.
But my point is that families, like I said, morality is a judgment call. Evil is a judgment call.
But given your worldview, sir, I have listened to as many of your programs as I could find that were relevant to this subject, and you seem to very strongly hold to a secular, naturalistic, materialistic worldview. We got here by neo-Darwinian micromutational evolutionary process, yes?
Yes.
All right. Now, could you explain how your worldview gives rise to your conclusion? Let me back up. Hold that thought for a moment. Let me ask this. What's a family?
That's a judgment call in and of itself.
That's a judgment call. So is one man and 10 women a family?
That's a judgment call in and of itself.
Is one woman and her chihuahua a family?
No.
Why not?
Because I would say no.
But
You know
why
what?
not?
But if you ask that woman, she might say, yes, that chihuahua is part of her family.
Okay. What if this woman had been abused by others and this was the only living creature that she had ever found that did not abuse her? That's a family, wouldn't it be? From what you just said?
I think it would be, yeah.
Okay. So how do we even define destruction or disruption of the family, given that you can't tell us what a family is?
I can tell you what a family is, but it's my interpretation of what a family is. My interpretation of a family is people who live together in harmony, hopefully in harmony.
You're married?
Somebody in harmony.
You're married and have kids, right?
I'm married, I have a child. We're
Okay.
a family. My father-in-law also lives with us. He's part of the family. My dog lives with us. He's part of the family.
Would your wife think that it was appropriate for you to define your family as you and 2 women?
No.
Yeah.
I've asked.
Yeah. So I think you see the point that I'm making when you say that there are, basically it sounds to me like you're saying there is no objective moral definition of any of these things.
That's correct.
Okay. So all of the moral actions that we undertake are merely the consensus result of a local group of people and nothing more than that.
There is no objective morality, sir.
Okay.
And I will tell you that over and over again. And it's not a...
So when you stand at the gates of Auschwitz, all you can say is, for me, this was bad.
Yep.
Thank you.
I believe there's another 10-minute section of cross-examination, or do you want to go to closing statements? I'll leave that up to you.
Oh, I thought there was one more.
There is one more. I'm asking for a
Totally up to you.
consensus.
But for you,
Okay.
when you go to the gates of Auschwitz...
Oh, so we're going on. Okay.
As is his right, because this is what we agreed
Of course,
to,
we had
so
3.
Of course.
You have another 10-minute
But for you, when you stand at the gates of Auschwitz, you say, this is all part of God's plan.
Not only do I say that, but I likewise say that plan includes the moral law which will judge every single person who was involved with that. And I can look at the world and say, this is what happens when God withdraws his hand from the hearts of man and we see the actual depths of the depravity that fills that heart.
Or you can look at it and see, this is what happened when God extends his hand and helps the Germans kill 6 million Jews.
No,
and
sir.
keeps the other...
No, sir.
That's a judgment call, is it not?
No, sir.
Why is that not a judgment call?
Now we see the fundamental difference between you and I. I have an objective revelation that makes the theoretical position you took absolutely impossible. That is not possible to come up with that perspective in my worldview, given God's revelation in his word.
How's that?
How is that?
Yeah, how is
because you just said, well, this is what happens when God helps the Germans to do something. The point is that I had just pointed out that God is restraining the evil of men, and once in a while, he lets up a finger so we can see what really fills their hearts. He doesn't have to help them do something. In fact, if he hadn't been restraining them, they would have done worse than they did.
Good speculation.
No,
but
no, sir, not speculation.
In reality...
Excuse me, is that a question? Are you asking me if I'm speculating?
I am asking you a question right now. In reality, would it not be the Germans, Christians from 1940s who would say that this was just? Would it not be up to everybody to decide what God wants?
No, sir.
And then
No, sir.
impugn that onto what is happening?
Completely outside of the Christian worldview. The German church to this day recognizes that they knew what was morally right given the normative function of the Word of God. They recognize that to this very day. They would have to go against the objective revelation of God's Scripture to do the things that they did. It is not a matter of German Christians having the right to pick and choose what they are going to believe. We believe God has spoken. That's why we have objective moral standards.
Are you aware that the SS uniform had "Gott mit uns," God is with us, on?
I believe that we just established in my cross-examination that the abuse of a written text is not the responsibility of the written text.
So when it's moral to your satisfaction, it's the use of a Bible, but when it's immoral to your satisfaction, it's the abuse.
It has nothing to do with my satisfaction.
No,
it has to
it
do
is
with,
exactly what you do.
Can I finish the question?
Go for it.
Yes. It has nothing to do with my satisfaction. It has to do with exegesis, sir. As we established in my cross-examination, words have meanings, and the New Testament has meanings. You've been operating on the idea that the New Testament has meaning all night. And that meaning completely contradicts the actions of the people wearing Gott mit uns on their shoulder. Therefore, their abuse of a written text is an abuse, not a use. It's not a matter of my judgment, it's a matter of the facts.
You're saying that nobody has done anything evil according to the Bible.
What?
Nobody has done, that people who have done things in the name of God have never done anything evil. If they've done it evil, then they've been abusing the Bible. If they've done it good, then they've been using the Bible.
What I'm saying is that if you have an objective revelation of what God's will is, and you go against that will, for example, the Inquisition, where you have a clear revelation being violated, then you have an abuse of a text. This would be different than a naturalistic materialist in China or Russia, where there is nothing in the atheist worldview to say that what they're doing is wrong. So one would be acting against their principles, one would be acting in accordance with their principles.
So you're suggesting that with the Nazis and with the Spanish Inquisition, those people who did those things, they did not think they were doing things in accordance with God? Or they did think that they were doing things in accordance with God?
Depends on the individual, but you can have people that are incredibly deceived and ignorant of the Word of God who think they're doing things for God. I mean, there are lots of people that are strapping bombs on themselves today that think they're doing it for God.
So it's a judgment call.
But God's revelation is not what they're actually following.
In your opinion?
I believe in any consistent opinion, given the revelation of God over time.
One last thing, Dr. White, because we are going in circles. And the reason that we're going in circles is because you're not allowing the actual premise of the argument. Let me ask you the question, because that's what I'm supposed to be doing. Yes. Mr. Lawyer, Mr. Attorney. Is it possible in your mind, by definition, for the New Testament to be proven evil?
No, sir, simply because you have not established any rational grounds for even establishing what something is evil outside of God having created it and providing those norms. I do not accept your personal authority as binding upon me any more than I would say my personal authority is binding upon you.
Let me restate the question, because that's not the question I asked. Is it possible in your mind for me to have won this debate given the premise?
My mind is, sir, the question assumes a presupposition that is completely against my worldview. My mind is not the issue. The issue is, can you present a meaningful argument to demonstrate that the New Testament is evil? That would require you to provide me with a meaningful foundation for defining the word evil. There would have been a way to do that you didn't go there. And if you want me to tell you what it would be, I could tell you.
Oh, I do.
Okay.
Oh, I totally do.
Yeah, you have 3.5 minutes to tell.
Oh, no.
The direction that you could have gone, it's a little bit late now, the direction you could have gone.
Hey, you know what?
Would be to recognize the teaching of the New Testament itself, that it is the continuation of God's Old Testament revelation, and demonstrate that the New Testament revelation is a fundamental violation of the same themes that are found in the Old Testament revelation.
That wouldn't have been valid, because you would have said that the New Testament trumps the Old Testament.
Well, that sounds like an argument, not a question, but I'll go ahead and answer that. No, I never would have said that, and if you were familiar with my theology and my beliefs, you would know that I couldn't say that. Now, maybe you've talked to people who think the New Testament, quote unquote, trumps the Old Testament, but I happen to have a canon that has 66 books in it, not 27. And the scripture says, and when Paul said to Timothy, all scripture is God-breathed, the primary scripture he had in reference at that point was the Tanakh, the Torah, the Nevi'im, and the Ketuvim. And so, no, sir, I do not have a secondary inspiration level for the Old Testament, so I could not have gone there.
So, Done.
Now the final 10 minutes of cross-examination, and then we'll have closing statements of 10 minutes each, and then the questions. Now, Mr. Silverman, in listening to your opening statement, it seemed to me that there was also some, you referred to sending children to hell as a ghoulish doctrine.
Yes.
Then you said something about infants in the new covenant. I did not understand, because you then went on to talk about the age of accountability. Do you think I believe in something like that?
The quote that I gave you was true. The quote that I attributed to you was true. Age of accountability does not come from you. It comes from John MacArthur.
Okay, but when I was talking about infants and the new covenant, was I not talking there in the context of the dispute that I have with my beloved Presbyterian brothers on the issue of infant baptism?
Yes.
Do you think I think that infant baptism saves children?
No.
Or that my Presbyterian brothers think the same thing?
I believe that you believe that there are babies and children in hell, and you won't admit it because you know that it stinks.
Okay, that's an interesting response. So let me ask you if you've ever heard this particular argument from an atheist. And in fact, I think I heard either you or your co-author, your co-anchor, interviewer, what's his name on your television program?
Dennis?
Yes, Dennis. One of the two of you used this. I've listened as closely as I could over the past number of weeks. You're passing by a house, and you see that it's on fire, and you see through a window a baby in a crib, and you have the ability to get to that baby to save it from the house fire.
Yes.
But you do not. Is such a person morally good, in your opinion, when they will not extend that effort to save that baby?
What I was talking about was going in and saving the baby at no risk and at no cost with no effort. And yes, if I were to be in that situation and I were to let that baby burn, even though I could save it with no effort, no cost, and no risk to myself or anyone else, then yes, I would be a wholly immoral person.
And you made application to God on that level, did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you think that it would have been morally good for God to cause Adolf Hitler to have a heart attack at age 18 so as to save millions and millions of people if he could do so?
I think it would have been morally good not to cause the fall of man in the first place.
Could you answer the question I just asked, however, in regards to Hitler? Would it have been a morally appropriate thing for God to have killed Hitler before he could have built the Third Reich and murdered all of those people?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. Would it have been appropriate?
It would have been better for him to change Hitler so that he didn't do that.
Okay. What if the baby in the burning house was Hitler?
You know? What about it? If the baby in the burning house was Hitler, he hadn't done anything yet, and you're asking me if I'm a human. Yeah.
The question is, you said that God would be immoral if he did not save the baby. But you've also acknowledged that God knows exhaustively the future, at least in the Christian perspective.
Yeah.
So if the baby was a future Hitler, then God would not be wrong for allowing the baby to die because he's stopping what that future Hitler would do.
Or
correct?
He could have stopped the future Hitler from doing the bad things and let the baby live.
But isn't the point that you can't second guess an eternal being and judge him the way that you are?
Oh, no, I certainly can.
You can.
Oh, I certainly can.
Even though you don't know what the future is, how much of all of knowledge, of human knowledge, do you possess personally?
You're asking me to
I'm asking
judge
you a question, yes.
how much knowledge I have.
What percentage of all of human knowledge do you possess?
Very small percentage.
Very small. And so on the basis of a small fraction of even human knowledge, and would you admit, sir, that mankind knows a very small fraction of what there is to know?
Yes.
Okay, so based upon
an infinitesimally small fraction of knowledge, you are willing to say you can judge the eternal God as to what he does?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, very interesting. All right, and we're winding this down here. We have 10-minute closing statements from both sides, and I believe David Silverman goes first.
Do I have to stand again?
It's up to you. It's up to you. We would prefer it, but it's up to you. It's my moral decision that you can do whatever you want.
So I have free will.
Yes, you do.
Ah. Well, I'm not going to take 10 minutes because I went long.
Okay.
I just want to take a few moments to thank you all for coming. I have been the recipient of a good amount of hospitality tonight, most of it good old-fashioned Christian hospitality, and I want to thank you all for showing me that. I hope you enjoyed yourselves as much as I enjoyed myself. About 10,000 years ago, Neanderthals invented religion. Their gods were bears. Why? Because bears did something that they could not do. They could resurrect. Bears could do that. A bear would be around in the summer and the spring, and then in the fall, the bear would die and not come around anymore. And then in the spring, the bear would resurrect from the dead and come back. That was what they considered holy. Neanderthals didn't know much or anything about hibernation. All they knew was what they saw. They sacrificed their food. The bear ate the food, didn't eat the Neanderthals. The sacrifice worked, pleased the bear. Everybody was happy. It was plain and simple. From ignorance like this sprung thousands of religions and tens of thousands of gods. Each one very real to its adherents, each one with stories and songs and wars and atrocities. Today's Christianity is no different from any other mythology. And in many ways, I mean quite literally no different. The gods, gospels, and mythos are not original. We really didn't get into that. But indeed, the parts of the New Testament that I judge to be evil, are truly original to the New Testament. And they are wholly repugnant, in my opinion. The concept of hell for children, which my opponent still hasn't gotten to. I've mentioned it several times. He's avoided the question every single time. Thought crimes, hell for thought, involuntary thoughts, and hell for blasphemy, which we really also didn't get into, but I'm guilty of that. These three concepts mixed together do create a perfect storm of fear and terror and money and power for the churches and for the pastors, and a whole bunch of wasted time for the participants. And that last part is the most evil part of all. And yes, again, I judge it to be evil because we're not Neanderthals. It's 2010, and we can see the truth. The truth is that our lives are short, and then we die. And for any church or entity to make those few years worse by making you fear what isn't there in order to gain money and power from you is evil. My friends, I am asking for you to do two things tonight. Number one, don't believe me. Don't trust me. You don't know me. Challenge me. Go home and think about what I've said tonight. Go home and think about hell for thought. Go home and think about hell for babies and make your own decision. Second, take a serious look at the New Testament, the mythologies from which it's stolen, and the concepts that lie within, not relying on what people say about it. Pick it up and read it yourself. Don't read books about the New Testament. Pick it up. open to page 1 alone and read it through all the way, stem to stern. I'm asking you to do that because I think if you do that, you will see that I'm right here. That the New Testament has some pretty evil stuff in it. And you have every bit the needed capacity as lowly, criminal-like humans to judge it evil. You have every capacity, you have every ability. Think for yourself, think hard, and don't fear a God that isn't there in the first place. Keep your money, keep your time, and live your life well. Tonight's debate, as far as I'm concerned, is dedicated to Christopher Hitchens. Get well soon. Thank you all, and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Silverman. And James Wright will have up to 10 minutes for his closing remarks, then we'll take Q&A.
You're just told, live your life well. But Mr. Silverman can't tell you what it means to live your life well at all. It's totally up to you. Whatever that means. If that means murdering Jews, if that means cheating on your wife, your employer, abusing your kids, if that's well for you, and if you can find enough people around you to come up with a consensus opinion, then, well, that's living life well. I say to you, we all know better. You know how I know we all know better? Think of the little child, even at 18 months. Mom and dad says, you don't touch that, and then you leave the room. And if you put up a video camera that they don't know is there, you watch them. And when they go over and they touch the thing you told them not to do, what do? They're looking around because they know. They're not living consistently with Mr. Silverman's worldview, but they are living consistently with mine. And I'm sorry that Mr. Silverman does not like the answer that I've given to him, that God has just as much freedom in the salvation of infants as he does in the salvation of adults. I'm sorry that he seems to demand that there be a list in the Bible someplace of exactly which babies are considered to be good enough to go to heaven, even though they're the fallen sons and daughters of Adam. But I've given the answer. I just don't believe that he either accepts or understands the answer that I've given. But you see, fundamental to most of what Mr. Silverman has said this evening is the unspoken assertion that somehow, if God is God, he owes me something. May I suggest something to you? If we are his creatures, we owe him everything. And I don't care how much you possess. I don't care what your health is. The scripture says to us that if he gave to us life, then we owe him thanks for who he is and what he's done. He gives us much more than that. Most of us are rich in the world's estimation. But the fact of the matter is, we as creatures are the work of his hands. He is the potter, we are the clay. The potter has the right over the clay to do with it as he wishes. And that no unregenerate man or woman will ever accept. That's what they hate. We all hate it at one point. And I submit to you, the only reason any person ever comes to love the reality that I am the clay in the potter's hand is because the potter has placed a heart of flesh into me. That doesn't make me better. That doesn't make me superior. It was not my argument that you need to listen to me because that's happened, because any believer has experienced that. I'm not in this for money and power. That to me is just anybody who knows me and knows how I've lived my life knows that it's hard not to chuckle when you hear that. I know there are people who do things like that. I expose them all the time. But there are so many who have given their lives in service to Christ and to his people that it demonstrates the money and power argument is so vacuous and so empty. The real issue this evening is that my opponent has demonstrated for us that all he can do is come here and say, well, in my opinion, I don't like the New Testament. But I can't make any decisions for you. I can't say it's evil for you. I can only say for me, I don't like what it says. Well, we didn't need to get together for a debate on that one. There are a lot of people that don't like what the New Testament says. But you see, to have a debate, there has to be a truth that we are debating. There has to be a right and a wrong. And my point from the beginning has been, my opponent cannot give you a worldview that can explain how you can know right and wrong to begin with. And I stopped a couple of my cross-examinations so just to make sure you could hear what had just been said, where the objective reality of right and wrong had been completely denied. I hope you see the moral anarchy that results from this worldview. But that's a necessity. Bags of protoplasm without spirits, without a creator who only randomly came to have the form they have, can't talk about what's right and wrong and what's true and false, folks. You can't do it. And so by just walking in here, Mr. Silverman has demonstrated that he knows. He knows he's created in the image of God. He just can't live consistently with his own worldview. It just keeps popping out all over again. So Mr. Silverman, I'm sure, loves his wife and his kids. But he can't explain why that is on an atheistic worldview. Because on an atheistic worldview, if all of a sudden somebody else comes along, well, I can love multiple women at the same time. And we all know the devastation that causes. So as soon as Mr. Silverman said, it's evil to destroy families, the debate was over. The debate was over to any consistent person who wants to ask the question, are you living consistently in accordance with your own worldview? If you have a worldview where you have to take something from my worldview to make yours work, that means your worldview doesn't work. It's not worthy of continuing to follow. And I say to all of you here this evening, the New Testament reveals to us God's truth about our Creator and what He's done in this world. It reveals to us the most incredible act in all of human history, and that was the incarnation of Jesus Christ, or the second person of the divine Trinity. He who is the creator of all things, and by the way, Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad does not contradict the Trinity. The Trinity is monotheistic. But the second person of the Trinity who created all things in heaven and earth, visible or invisible, principalities, powers, dominions, or authorities, all things are created by Him and for Him. He is before all things, and in Him all things hold together. That majestic divine person entered into human flesh and proved in His life and in His self-giving that God is just and God is merciful. He proved it. And when that tomb was empty on that Lord's Day morning, God the Father put His stamp of approval on what Jesus had taught and done in His giving of His life. Now, we could discuss all sorts of those issues, the historicity of Jesus, all those things. Be glad to do it because the facts are on our side. But the reality is that this evening, you do get to judge. Not judge God's existence. God does not give you that right. God does not ever step down from the throne of heaven and put Himself in a position to say, hey, you judge whether I exist. No. God says that anyone who denies He exists is without a defense because He has made it abundantly clear externally and internally so that we have to hold down that knowledge. But He has given you the opportunity this evening of hearing two very different worldviews express themselves. If you come here this evening as an atheist, I say to you, you will not be able to walk out of this room and go to your home this evening living consistently with your worldview. You can't do it. And I pray every time you violate your worldview by borrowing from mine, God will convict you and reveal himself to you. But to my fellow Christians, we have a tremendous revelation in the scriptures, and most of us ignore it regularly. Most of us are more concerned about looking like the world and acting like the world and talking like the world and being successful according to the world's standards than we are according to what God has revealed in his inspired word. And so should we really be all that surprised when people like Mr. Silverman don't understand where we're coming from? May God cause each one of us to have a fresh love for his truth and a desire to live consistently with the divine revelation he's given to us, entrusted to us to be our guidance so that we might know how to truly live a life that is pleasing to him. Is New Testament evil? No. It's God's divine revelation. It defines for us what is good and righteous. Thank you for being here this evening.
Well, that was a fascinating discussion. I'm sure you'll agree. And now we're going to have some Q&A. And actually, I have a couple of questions for each of you. So since I'm here and I have the mic, I guess I get to go first. That's the might makes right morality. First to Dr. White, because I don't know if this is clear, and some talk about belief. You know, you could go to hell for belief or believing in Jesus, and then you don't go to hell. Can you please define what you believe the Bible means by belief in Jesus? Does it mean believing he exists, or
right?
What does that mean?
Sure. Thank you. At one point I pointed out a person is not sent to hell for any other reason than the justice of God in regards to their sin. But to believe in Jesus is not merely to believe the facts about his life, though you cannot believe in Jesus without believing that he existed, obviously. A college professor of mine, a dear man, used to illustrate it like this. You can know all sorts of facts about Jesus, but you need to know Jesus, personal relationship with Jesus to have eternal life. You need to be in him. And so faith, when I talk about faith as the gift of God, the reason faith is a gift of God is because it requires me to do something that I, as a fallen sinner, are incapable of doing. I need to be raised to spiritual life. That's why I brought up Romans chapter 8. Those who are according to the flesh cannot do what is pleasing to God. To believe and repent is pleasing to God. Therefore, we have to be brought out of the realm of spiritual death into spiritual life to be able to do these things. And so the only reason I continue in the faith is because the Spirit of God continues to uphold me and to give me that spiritual life that is mine. I thought we were, by the way, we didn't talk about time limits. I was assuming 90 seconds?
Yes.
90
right.
and 60?
It's a 90-second answer and a 60-second rebuttal of the
Okay, and
rules.
I have 60 seconds now?
Yeah, you have 60 seconds if you want to weigh in on that, or I'll ask you a question, whatever you prefer. I also have a question for you, but you can respond to that.
Well, the question of faith is one of those things that really does flex a lot when you talk to one Christian versus another. Matthew 16:16 specifically says, he that is baptized and believeth in me goes to heaven, and he that does not is damned. I don't think there's anything there about grace. Now, if you're going to say that there's an exception to that rule, well, that's fine. Then you're saying that Jesus was wrong. Jesus was right, or Jesus was wrong. And if you're saying, he that is baptized and believes in me, goes to heaven, and he does not, goes to hell, unless God changes his mind, well, that's fine. You've just completely negated the need for a Savior in the first place.
I think I'm a little confused, actually, from both your answers. I'm going to just try again. Mr. Silverman, what do you think the Bible means by that word belief when it says, he that believeth on me? Just basically try to confine your answer to what is meant by the term belief, if you can.
The acceptance of Jesus as the Christ.
Okay. And Dr. White, what would you say specifically the term belief means? When it says, if you believe in Jesus, just believing that Jesus is the Christ, is that enough to get you to heaven?
No, I don't believe it is, because in John chapter 8, we had the specific instance of people who believed Jesus was a prophet. They probably would have even accepted him as the Messiah, but they rejected him for who he revealed himself to be, God incarnate. And Jesus said to them, unless you believe that ego eimi, I am, you will die in your sins. So it is a supernatural act of saving faith that saves. It embraces the true and living Jesus Christ. It includes repentance. And I would just like to point out, Mark 16:16 is not even in the oldest manuscripts of the Gospel of Mark, and there is nothing in saying believe and repent that excludes grace. Jesus, if you allow Jesus to teach as a whole, then you recognize that even the belief in him is something that's we're capable of having only by grace.
Okay, I think at least that answers the question from both points of view, and the audience certainly will make their own determination. This question is for Mr. Silverman. This is also for me. You said quite clearly, like the quote was, "We are the final authority of what is evil." You actually said you were the final authority for yourself as to what is evil. My question is, this is my question, what happens when human beings differ on their respective views of what defines evil, and those views come into a clash of sorts? How would you resolve that, for example?
That happens. It happens every day among every person. Like I said, morality is relative. It's relative and it's changeable. It happens. I wish that there was an actual objective source that was relevant, but there isn't. Morality is relative. Morality does change, and my perception of evil might be different from somebody else's. Now, it's a relative statement, so something that, like Auschwitz, like the Holocaust, I think we'll all agree is pretty darn evil. I think that telling people that they're going to go to hell if you don't follow this book, I think that's evil too. He thinks it's truth.
Do you think, as a follow-up question, do you think there would be any basis objectively to criticize the Nazis? Because pretty much that was the prevailing belief in Nazi Germany at the time, that Jews were subhumans and we could do with them as we please, and we can put them in concentration camps and kill them. Do you think there's any objective way that we can say that belief is evil and that what they did was evil, or is it really just, that was what they believed and we really can't criticize it?
Don't minimize morality just because it's relative, okay? There is no objective morality, okay? So no, the answer to your question is no. That doesn't mean that what they said was kind of okay. What they did was horrible, and we would all admit that what they did was horrible. But that doesn't mean that there is an objective morality to it. Morality changes. Just like it used to be moral to own slaves in this country, now it's not. It changes, and we all have to face the fact that we make these judgment calls, and we are responsible for making these judgment calls. Now, what Christians and what all religionists do is they take that judgment that they make themselves and they attribute it to a passage in their holy book so that they can support it and say, aha, it's objective, but it's not. It's subjective. It's always subjective. It's always
So you would say that the morality came first and then it was ascribed to the book rather than vice versa?
Exactly.
Would you weigh in on that, Dr. White? And then, I'll get into the questions.
I'll say, hi, I'm over here.
Well.
Very quickly, everyone's sitting in the audience, well, I think everyone's sitting in the audience anyways. Most people are sitting in the audience going, look, when you stand at the gates of Auschwitz, you do not look at what happened there. The soldiers who liberated that place did not stand there and say, I find this personally offensive. They didn't do that. They recognized that what took place there is a fundamental violation of what it means to be human. And that there is no, and the Nuremberg trials made it clear, there is no defense. There is no excuse. Mr. Silverman just said, well, we don't want to minimize morals just because they're all relative. I don't think you can do anything but minimize morals if they're just relative. Because you can find plenty of people in the Soviet Union who would still to this day defend what Stalin did. And I don't care what anybody says, that's always immoral because God created us in his image and said, you shall not take the life of man in that way. We cannot live in a world with that kind of morality, or I would say lack of morality. That's not advancing forward. That's walking backwards into utter moral chaos.
Thank you very much. All right, this is from the audience. This is for Dr. White, and I'm going to try to go back and forth. This will be a 90-second answer and a 60-second rebuttal. For Dr. White, why did God have to sentence Adam and Eve to hell? Was it because they committed a crime of rebellion against their eternal creator, calling for an eternal penalty, hell? Just reading the question verbatim.
All right. The punishment of any sinner is, first of all, a punishment that is meted out in light of the glory of the person that has been sinned against. There is no question in my mind that we as sinners do everything we can to minimize the weight of sin and the seriousness of it. But it seems that behind a lot of the questions is this idea that, well, but it's a finite sin, but it's an infinite punishment. What's the assumption that people are operating on there? That once you die, you stop sinning. What's the evidence of that? I mean, why does anyone believe that once a person dies and they go into outer darkness, that all of a sudden they're going to become angelic in their behavior? You see, there's no remedy for their sin. And so if there's no remedy for their sin, they will continue to do what? To be sinners. So if there's no way of changing their nature, then how can they, as unholy things, ever be brought into the presence of He who is holy? So there's an unspoken assumption there that needs to be examined, and I think rejected, at least from a biblical perspective, because the question's being asked on a biblical grounds, and so I can only answer it on a biblical grounds at that point.
Okay, Mr. Silverman, if you'd like to, 60 seconds.
Oh, I certainly would. This is a very clear and different opinion that I have from Dr. White. Adam and all of us are completely incapable of going against God's will. We have no ability to do that. God had complete foreknowledge back when he put the tree of knowledge of good and evil in the Garden of Eden. He put that there knowing that it would cause the fall of man. Adam had no choice. Therefore, there was no fall of man. Adam was kicked out of the Garden of Eden. It was intentional. And the whole concept of original sin is a biblical lie, because there was no sin. Adam did exactly what God made him do.
Okay, this is a question for from Mr. Silverman, from the audience. I'm going to read it exactly as it is. Question, I wonder how Mr. Silverman would explain or articulate your viewpoint of abortion and pro-choice. Which is the greater good?
The greater good.
I actually,
the question of abortion.
I had a similar question. I guess I would rephrase it this way. If it's bad for babies, for us to think that babies are going to hell, wouldn't it be worse for us to actually kill them?
Yes, but we're not talking about babies. When we're talking about babies, we're talking about babies. When we're talking about abortion, we're talking about fetuses and we're talking about embryos. And the question...
Okay.
No. This is the answer to the question, because the fundamental question of abortion is, when does life begin? All right? According to the New Testament, life begins at conception. Most Christians agree that life begins at conception. Most scientists don't. Is there a fuzzy line? Yes, because life in and of itself is a relative term. Sorry, it is. Somewhere in there, there's a gray area when something is partially alive and partially not. Yes, partially human, partially not. Before that time, abortion is nothing more than contraception. After that time, abortion is murder.
Do you take a position on where that line is?
I take a position that if it's got if it's sentient, if it feels pain, if it's, somewhere in the fourth or fifth month.
Okay. Dr. White, would you like to weigh in on that, please?
I find it somewhat interesting that he says it's not a baby, it's a fetus. and the Latin word fetus means baby. So it's not a baby, it's a baby. This kind.
No, that's not what I
this
said.
My response, sir. Obviously, at this point, we once again have the fundamental inability of the naturalistic, materialistic worldview to even provide any kind of light or guidance at this point, because we are talking about life itself. But aside from the abortion issues, I just simply want to stand back and say, upon what basis does a naturalistic materialist even talk about the value of life? What is the value of life? If I can kill the offspring of somebody else so that my genes predominate in the next generation, from a naturalistic, atheistic perspective, that's a good thing. Where's the consistency in the worldview? That's the question.
Okay, this is actually a very interesting question that seems to come from the atheist side of the audience for Dr. White. I understand that you find great meaning and love in the New Testament, and I respect and appreciate that. But in terms of answering the question, you simply said because it's pure and good in every syllable. My question is, how do you know? I think that's a very good question.
Well, I didn't simply say it's just good and pure in every syllable. I identified its origin and source. It is theopneustos. It is God-breathed. The term actually refers to, if you hold your hand in front of your mouth as you're speaking, you can feel the breath coming out. This is what the New Testament is. It is God-breathed, and therefore it partakes of the holiness, goodness, and righteousness of its source, which is God himself. And so, since God himself is good and just and is the very standard of what is good and just, then his word is going to represent that to us. Now, that is a theological conclusion because I have a worldview that provides me with a foundation for defining what is good and what is evil. My point this evening has been that you first have to provide us with a meaningful basis upon which to say that you can identify what is good and evil before you can even begin to argue that point. At least maybe another theist might be able to mount some kind of an argument against the New Testament being good, but the atheist who repeatedly says, it's my judgment call, has nothing more to give to us than, well, in my judgment, this is evil, but my judgment, well, you know, it could change over time. There's no objective moral revelation, et cetera, et cetera. That's not a foundation for a debate.
I'm perfectly capable of making a judgment call on what is evil and what is moral, just as everybody else in this audience is. What is not, has not really been said here, and I will make it very plain, is that looking at a book and saying, this is my holy book, this is what I believe, is exactly what every theist does with their holy book. The Jew will say it, the Muslim will say it, the Hindu will say it. They will look at this book and they say, this is my holy book, it comes from my God, therefore it is moral and just, and that is the end. They stop there. They don't critique. They don't look at it and say, this part's kind of messed up. They don't go there because they start with the presupposition that this is pure good and not evil. That's the problem that Dr. White has. He does not critique his own belief. He starts with the presupposition that his book is much better or much more real than the thousands of religious texts that have predated it.
Okay, for Mr. Silverman, in terms of making a determination of what is evil and what is not, how do you differentiate that, or do you differentiate that from your own just a mere opinion?
Like I said, morality is relative. We have to go there, okay? Because there is not an objective place for morality to come from. Morality is relative, morality is fluid. It is, and it does, okay? I kind of wish that it wasn't, but it is. And that means that we are all responsible for making our decisions. That means we are all responsible for the ramifications of us making those decisions. And that means that when we make judgment calls on what is moral and what is evil, we bear the responsibility solely for ourselves and on ourselves as to what the effects will be. So if I get the question correctly, how do I judge evil? I judge evil the exact same way that everyone else judges evil. We go through the exact same process. The only difference is that Christians, specifically in this audience, will make those religious judgments, will make those moral judgments, those relative judgments, and then defend them with the book that they find holy, just like they defended slavery back when slavery was moral.
And your response, Dr. White?
Yes, Mr. Silverman just said we are all responsible for making our decisions. Why? To whom? Who holds us responsible? How can random particles, random firing of neurons in our brains be held responsible for? How can you even use the word responsible within that worldview? Can someone explain that to me? For example, I responded immediately when Mr. Silverman just said, well, James White, he never looks at all these other texts. Those of you who know me know I debate the Muslims on the Quran all the time, Book of Mormon, the New World Translation, Jehovah's Witness. I do everything he said I don't do, and there was immediate response on my part that he would misrepresent me. But why should I care in his worldview that what he said about me was factually and easily knowably untrue? Because I'm created in the image of God and I value truth. That's why.
This is another interesting question. This is for Mr. Silverman from the audience. It's actually a takeoff on Pascal's wager, which I'm sure you've heard.
Okay.
If atheists are correct, then when we die, we do not go to heaven or hell. If a Christian is correct, we go to heaven. But why not at least take a chance on heaven? Then not at all. To rephrase it,
that's Pascal's wager.
It's Pascal's wager. If
It's
you're
Pascal's
a gambling
wager.
man, why not play it safe?
There's two answers to Pascal's wager. First, that religion is not Boolean. It's not Jesus or atheism. It's Jesus or Muslim or Islam or Hindu or Buddhist or Zeus or Quetzalcoatl or any of the other tens of thousands of religions, okay? And you don't pick a religion based on the penalty. You pick a religious belief based on what the information is available to you. That's answer one. Answer two is, of course, God can read your mind. Therefore, if you're faking it, it's not good enough. So if you're using Pascal's wager, you're going to live your life as a religious person, but you're not going to really believe it. That's why Pascal's wager fails. God would still see you, if you're talking about the Christian Bible, God would still see you as a faker. You would not have your true faith in Jesus Christ, and you would go to hell, or you would be damned.
I actually agree with the faking part. I think that's a good point.
Sure.
But that's my own opinion.
Because I'm right.
Dr. White, would you like to respond on
Yeah.
Pascal's wager?
Pascal had some great insights, but that wasn't one of them. And the idea of the popular formulation of Pascal's wager is in no way, shape, or form consistent or commensurate with Christian faith. And I would never use that type of argumentation. But at the same time, if you were to actually read Pascal, you would discover he had much greater insights than that. And I think one of the insights that he had that would be relevant to the constant claim that was just made by Mr. Silverman is this idea of reducing the God of Christianity down to the same level as Quetzalcoatl or Zeus or anybody else. I find that to be one of the worst elements of Mr. Silverman's presentation, because it demonstrates a fundamental ignorance of the worldviews of polytheism versus the overarching worldview of Christian theism. And I would highly challenge him to step up his game at that point and realize that that comparison is really fraudulent and that does not carry any weight for someone who is very serious about the subject.
Well, at least we have a little inkling of agreement on the fact that nobody likes Pascal's wager. This is an interesting question for Mr. Silverman, and I'm going to assume it's asked with the right intent.
Sure.
David, do you have a soul?
No.
Okay, it almost sounds like a negative question, but I'm going to take it on face value, and I think it's a legitimate question. Do you, believe you have a soul? That's really the better question.
There is no such thing as a soul. The soul is a fictional thing. It doesn't exist. You are a collection. And he's right. You know, Dr. White is right. He keeps bringing up, oh, how can we even make this, collection of atoms, collection of chemicals? Yeah, you are a collection of atoms and a collection of chemicals. And your soul is something that the certain religionists believe, that they use to say, oh, this is something that somehow connects to your physical brain and goes somewhere after you die. No, there is no such thing as a soul, and when you die, you die.
Thank you.
How
Dr.
does
White?
a naturalistic materialist answer the question whether you have a soul? He's told us what his opinion is. The problem is, as a naturalistic materialist, he precludes any evidence that could actually answer the question, because the soul is a spiritual object, but if you preclude the existence of spiritual objects a priori, you can't actually answer the question. You've already cut off any logical discussion of the subject because from your perspective, no evidence could possibly exist that would falsify or prove the thesis. This is the whole reason you have to approach the issue on the level of the worldview. The atheist says, if I can't measure it, if I can't see it, it doesn't exist. Therefore, God doesn't exist, because he's outside of the realm of the naturalistic, materialistic worldview. And you see the vicious circle that it gets you trapped in at that particular point with that kind of question, and it's come out a number of times this evening.
This is an interesting question for Mr. Silverman, and the vast majority of questions are for you.
No, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, it's pretty standard, but what is beauty? Actually, I like this question. I'm a beauty guy. I like art. What is beauty, and how can beauty derive from an accident, or I guess not accident, or randomness?
Okay. This is very similar. Beauty beauty is a perception, okay, and it is an opinion. One person thinks it's beautiful, another person does not. This is a lot very related to the order from chaos question. Beauty is personal. It's relative. And it is certainly something that I appreciate. It is certainly something that I take for, I really do take for granted a little too often. I am a very, emotional person. I see beauty in lots of things. That doesn't mean it's divine. It just means that my perception of what I see is good and beautiful, and I see it everywhere.
Dr. White?
The naturalistic materialist cannot even define what beauty is for us outside of, well, I find that to be beautiful. And when we talk about painting and something like that, I can understand that. But I had a debate with Dan Barker, the head of the Freedom from Religion Foundation, and Dan Barker is a concert pianist. And I asked him a question. I said, Dan, will your music be beautiful 5 minutes after the last neuron fires in your brain? And I think that communicated something to him and something to the audience. Because the reality is, beautiful music will be beautiful after I'm dead. It's not just a matter of my taste. There is something about Beethoven that's absolutely, to me, a proof of theism.
To you?
Yes, to me. And I believe that most of us realize that will be beautiful. It was beautiful before we were born, and it will be beautiful after we're dead. That doesn't fit in the naturalistic, materialist worldview.
So just to kind of sum that up, you would say there's an objective standard for beauty, and
I
you
would
would
say
say
that-
it's a matter of opinion.
I think
Well,
that
I would say we appreciate beauty because we're made in the image of God. We're thinking his thoughts after him.
We're recognizing the beauty that exists,
Yes.
but it's really an objective standard to a certain extent, and you're
an
saying it's totally
objective
subjective.
standard for beauty. No, we disagree on that one. Beauty is relative, it's personal, and it's very real, but it's also very personal.
For example, I think the refutation of this is very simply seen by the fact that my tie is beautiful, and it's more beautiful than his.
Hey.
And I don't like either of your ties.
Hey.
All right, I actually found a question here for Dr. White.
Hey, I was starting to feel in love over here. Thank you.
I found
I like my tie.
I didn't
We're
say
actually,
that I
we're actually
disliked it. I
over
just,
the time, but I'm having so much fun here. If you want to stop me, let me know. For David Silverman.
What happened to my question?
I lost it, but I'll find it. It's here somewhere. But this one is a good one. I like this one for Mr. Silverman. What would you say as far as, this is a little bit off track, but it's a good question. How did the universe come into existence?
Cosmology. I am not a cosmologist. I will tell you what I understand to be true. The sum total of matter and energy in the universe is a constant. Matter cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be converted into energy, which is also another form of matter. Therefore, matter plus energy in the universe is a constant. Now, a theist won't like that. A theist will say, no, the matter and energy in the universe had to be created, they will just take that and take it out a step further and say, oh, God created it, and then you have to go to, well, who created the God? It's a cosmological, it's what your questioner is looking for is first cause.
That's what they're asking, apparently.
That's what we're asking is first cause. The answer to first cause is that matter and energy have always existed and they are eternal. There is substantial scientific evidence to prove that. There is no scientific evidence at all to prove that something else created it. If you do, then you're just saying that God is eternal, and you're just taking the step out, the question out one level and ignoring the whole who created God thing.
Dr.
I
White?
don't know what cosmology Mr. Silverman is reading. Matter and energy are not eternal. This is a perfectly valid question, and the answer that was offered in regards to saying, well, if you say God created, then who created God, is not a valid response either, because matter and energy requires an origination, and the very nature of God is uncreated. So it's a mixture of categories and a mixture of some confusion at that point. But obviously, there are many people who, in looking at even modern theories of cosmology, which change every few years, have recognized not so much that the origination is the issue, but the complexity that is a part of living matter that is a part of that creation, to me, is one of the greatest issues that can be discussed. That really is very, very important.
All right, and I think this should be the last question since it's well after 11. Dr. White, I got applause for that. It's like motion for adjourn needs no second.
I'm running on fumes here.
Okay, last question, and this is Dr. White. What is your theory of truth? What it is, and how is it recognized universally by all human beings? Really, this is not addressed to anybody, but we'll give you both 90 seconds on this. How's that?
Can you repeat the question?
What is your theory of truth? What it is, and how is it recognized? Is it recognized universally by all human beings?
I wouldn't call it a theory of truth. That's being asked sort of in a scholarly way. So to answer it in that fashion, I believe that we can know truth because God is true. And therefore, when we know truth, we are thinking his thoughts after him and thinking in a way that is commensurate with his creation, and in fact are honoring him and glorifying him. In fact, I believe that's why Christians should try to seek to think logically and to think with clarity, to think deeply about issues, because in so doing, we are honoring the God who made us in his image and gave us that capacity and that ability. And so how do we know truth? God made us capable of knowing truth because he made us in his image. That is a very, very constituent element of what it means to be made in the imago Dei, in the image of God, is that we not only can know truth, but that we long after truth, honor truth, and want to possess truth. That is something that the rest of creation simply knows nothing about and shows no interest in. Even the chimpanzee cares nothing about truth, but he does care about getting his banana. But we have this concept of truth that separates us from any of the rest of the creation, and that is because we're made in the image of God. God makes it possible for us to know truth through his revelation.
Silverman, 90 seconds, please.
Truth is that which is real. It presupposes nothing. It doesn't say God is real, therefore everything that looks like God, feels like God, or touches God, or we say is God is truth. Truth is something that can be usually tested and proven. That is how we know truth. We test it, we hypothesize, and we prove. That's how we know truth. If we start with a presupposition of what is essentially a mythological figure and a book like this, then we're never going to get to the real truth, because we'll start with fiction. If God were provable, I wouldn't be here. If God were truth, we would be able to prove it. But he isn't, and he can't, so I'm here. That which is truth is usually provable, or at least it's theoretically provable, falsifiable, and replicable.
Do you think there are some truths that are just not provable?
Not provable yet.
Well, I think it is the truth that the air conditioning has been turned off.
Yes. Yes.
And it is quite late. And I want to thank both of you for a really fine debate and for the hard work and preparation that you put into this. And thank you very, very much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Very much. Thank you. It's fun.
Thank you, Dan.
not actually common ground. The only reason it's common ground is because God exists and because they're creatures of God. But they're creatures of God in rebellion against God, as Paul says in Romans 1. So in other words, they're using logic in spite of their atheism, in spite of their stupid system that does not make any sense at all. But that does not equate to the erroneous Christian mistake of the classical apologist of thinking, well, we got common ground with the, look, come on. We both believe in logic. We both believe in general principles of truth, of morality. No, you don't. No, you don't. They will use those things, but those things don't make sense in their system. And they do not have a neutral approach to those things. In fact, as you observe in every debate with an atheist, they're not neutral. They are completely agenda-driven. They are completely biased. They have their biases and presuppositions like every single human being, as we all do, and that's why there's no such thing as neutrality. There is absolutely no way to approach any object, anything in the world with complete scientific enlightenment neutrality. It doesn't exist. It's a fiction of the Enlightenment. There's no such thing. We can strive to be objective. We can strive to be neutral, and we should in debate and discourse as much as is possible. But that is a different question from whether it actually exists. In fact, it does not. If God exists, and it's the God that we believe, right? Not some made-up thing. If it's the God that's revealed in Scripture, tradition, right? Orthodoxy. Logic does not function on its own, independent and autonomously from God. Humans do not reason independently, autonomously, apart from God. They are using the gifts that God gave them against God himself. Right? As one philosopher said, it's like a child sitting on the lap of the father, and the child is continuously slapping the father in the face. That's what's going on when the atheist uses logic. Okay, it's like, Wile E. Coyote standing on the branch, right? The atheist is the Wile E. Coyote standing on the branch. God is the branch, the tree, holding him up, and he's sawing the branch off that he's standing on. That's what the atheist does. That's the best proper analogy for understanding how it's really going down. Okay, it's not two people in a courtroom, the theist and the atheist, and logic is this impartial judge between the two of them, and whoever presents the best evidence. No, because evidence doesn't operate in neutrality. Evidence doesn't operate outside of a context, outside of a system. So you have to understand that dumb, bad apologetic arguments like the Lee Strobel type, and by the way, I'm not saying that Lee Strobel or intelligent design people, I read that stuff all the time. That stuff's great. But the problem is that you can show an atheist a million examples of that stuff, and he's always going to interpret it through his rose-colored glasses. You need an apologetic argument that punches his nose and knocks the glasses off, metaphorically speaking. Don't do that in real life. That will not win you the argument. Right? You need to challenge him such that he understands that not only does he not have an objective neutral standpoint, he has an agenda. He's in rebellion. He rejects God. Read Romans 1, right? Paul says all men are born in a state of rebelling against God because they're sons of Adam, because of ancestral sin. They're not neutral. You're not neutral. You're either in Satan's kingdom or God's kingdom. There's no neutral kingdom. You're not like halfway. Oh, I'm in the middle. I'm going to be agnostic about this. There's only two kingdoms. Sheep and goats, right? Jesus' kingdom and the kingdom of the world. The kingdom of the world is under the dominion of Satan. Now, that doesn't mean Gnosticism, okay? This is what Gnostics do, is they come along and say, well, that means then that everything in the world is evil and Jesus has nothing to do with this world. And his kingdom, my kingdom's not of this world. Yeah, but he said that his kingdom would be taking over this world, right? Read Daniel 2. It becomes a giant mountain and takes over all the kingdoms of this world. The church. Go forth and convert the nations. So it's not about setting up a political state. It's about converting the nations, and then the nations then have to conform their social order to the teaching of Christ. Christ is not banished or excommunicated from the social order. That's what the Enlightenment Freemasons wanted to do, and that's what all the modern so-called Orthodox do, is they presuppose Jesus is banished from the social sphere, and Christianity has nothing to say in the social sphere. Like even popular 20th century, otherwise good theologians, right? Like Losky, right? We covered the problems in Losky. Losky says Orthodoxy has no social teaching. What? Of course it does. What are you talking about? Right? So even Losky, unfortunately, as good as he is in so many places, is infected with modernism. Who could read Saint Justinian and praise him as a saint and think that there's no social teaching? This is retarded. Only when you have the assumptions and presuppositions of Americanism, which is based on Enlightenment neutrality, could you even think this? Anyway, so we got kind of way off here, but the point is that science presupposes categories, truths, and all kinds of things that cannot be empirically, scientifically justified. And that, as we're going to see, is what points us in the direction of not just generic theism, right? Transcendental argument is not a generic theism argument. It's an argument specifically for our God. Now, how did we get to that? Well, remember, we started by talking about the point that the God that we're talking about is personal. That's crucial, because that's one of the things that sets our theology off against the world religions. When the world religions seek for their absolute principle, their great, concrete absolute, or their great number, or whatever they're looking for, what do they come up with? All is fire, all is water, all is booty, all is sex, all is it doesn't matter. Put anything in there. They're looking for logos, okay? But even if you say all is logos, like the Stoics did, they still don't conceive of it as a personal principle. They conceive of logos as a giant impersonal principle. So no, Stoicism is not going to work here either. Oh, by the way, so I'm sorry, I was trying to answer the questions here. So in other words, we're going to see multiple questions kind of being answered at once, hopefully, that on the one hand, Far Eastern religions, again, they posit an absolute that is impersonal and essentially some kind of force or, principle in nature or numbers like Pythagoras or something. And that doesn't work. And that's going to relate directly to how we're going to tie all of these transcendentals in together, how we're going to see that different transcendental arguments and categories will assume a certain kind of God and worldview, namely ours. So I'm going to show you how numbers prove God, and not just any God, but that they point directly to an omniscient divine mind, the kind of God we're talking about. But I did want to finish these super chats here before we get to that. What is the relationship between dogma and reason? We just did that. What is your thoughts on presuppositional apologists? I don't know who Jeff Durbin is. Doug Wilson, I can't stand. He's a fraud. Saitin, Brugankata, everything I've heard from him is retarded. These people are not very good debaters. So, no, I don't have anything to do with any. The only Protestant transcendental argument proponent I would say is Bahnsen. You can learn a lot from Bahnsen. Also, that book by Dr. Lyle is good. So people were asking this the other day. If you're new to this, just this question. We did this on another talk too, by the way. Dr. Jason Lyle's book is really good as an introduction. And I think he writes a lot for whatever that creation science center is, which, by the way, Father Rose recommended. If you read Genesis, Creation, Early Man, he talks about how the creation science, I always forget the name of that place, but they have a lot of Dr. Jason Lyle's books. This is a good introduction to presuppositionalism. So it's cheap. If you want that, go get that. because I get asked every day, what's the introduction to this? That one's good. And then you can't beat the classic from Dr. Bonson. Always Ready is a classic. Cheap book. And again, we're not Calvinists. We don't affirm the Calvinism. Always Ready is a classic. I'm looking for a book. Where'd it go? Here it is. And so that we don't get lost in Nestorian Calvin land, we want to make sure that we align our apologetics with Orthodox theology. So if you read those, be sure and correct it by reading Irenaeus, An Orthodox Apologetic Methodology, a Neo-Patristic Presuppositionalism by Father Shuping. So every time we do the talk, we get those questions. Those are the ones that you want to read. Those are good. And let's see, we got a couple more questions here. So, and I don't know who Jeff Durbin is, but I can already tell you I'm probably not going to like any of those guys. If they're like Doug Wilson, then no. I can't stand Doug Wilson. Doug Wilson has used the same confused nonsense attempt to understand. Doug Wilson thinks orthodoxy is Neoplatonism. I mean, he's said that for like the last 10 years. I mean, he has no idea what he's talking about. Robert Taylor, $5. Love you, Jay. Keep up the good work. A blessed feast day. Mary entering the temple to become the temple of God. Correct. Yes. See my essay, Typology as Apologetic. And we'll see that Mary as the temple of God, which she's sung to be in the liturgy, doesn't make any sense if the Old Testament is against the New Testament. I mean, come on. This is like a no-brainer. Gnosis for the Mass is $10. Hey, Jay, we'll save this video to watch later. Will you ever discuss the issues of Buddhist philosophy? I'm curious of your take on this. Thank you for the great content. Thank you, Gnosis. Yes, the original point I was making earlier about the impersonal absolute. Again, let's go back to this, and we're going to see. It's what I've been trying to point out for a long time here. Every time I put this in here, it's so huge. This picture is massive. This point here about in God, History, and Dialectic, this is applicable to all the world religions. You see, it's only in our system, in our belief system. I can't see. It's only in our belief system where you're going to get, on the one hand, monotheism, where we see that God is one, but he's not an impersonal absolute. He's not thusness. He's not like, you know, what the Far Eastern philosophies all do is try to dissolve man into an ultimate unity, an ultimate impersonal unity, a giant negation, a giant vast ocean of nothingness, where you become a drop that melds into the vast infinite ocean of nothingness. That is completely satanic. There's nothing more satanic than a system that wants man to destroy his identity. Now, they'll say, well, but the problem with man is his particularity, his ego, his distinction. That's not the problem with man. Man's problem is not a metaphysical state. It's moral, right? So all the Far Eastern philosophies posit that man's problem is his metaphysical state of being. All the Far Eastern philosophy, metaphysical state, ego, his distinction. That's not the problem with man. Man's problem is not a metaphysical state, it's moral. That's not the problem with man. Man's problem is not a metaphysical state, it's moral. That's not the problem with man. Man's problem is not a metaphysical state, it's moral. Right? So all the Far Eastern philosophies posit that man's problem is his metaphysical state of being, that he is particular, that he's no longer part of the giant thusness. Now we say that's satanic. That's not man's problem. Man's problem is that he fell and he's morally accountable to God and he's in rebellion against God. So man's problem is not metaphysical, it's ethical. The ethical problems of man, namely in the fall, led to the problems of the metaphysical, right, being corrupted, a corrupted state in the world, the whole universe experiencing corruption, as Paul says in Romans 8, because of man's moral sin. So orthodoxy posits that man's problem is not metaphysical, but instead ethical, and that the ethical leads to the metaphysical. By the way, it also affects his knowledge. Man's nous is blinded by the fall, and that's why he can't reason properly about the external world. That's why there's no neutrality with the unbeliever, is because they don't reason properly. You can't reason properly until you repent. Does that mean that everything that they say is wrong? No. It means that they can't reason properly about God. Does that mean that you can't reason properly until you repent? Reason properly. You can't reason properly until you repent. Does that mean that everything that they say is wrong? No. It means that they can't reason properly about God and they will misinterpret the world. Doesn't mean they'll misinterpret everything, right? We're not Calvinists. We don't believe that man is completely depraved. He's not totally depraved, right? He tends towards sin. He is corrupted in terms of committing acts of sin. His own very being is not sinful. That's called Manichaeanism. So when it comes to Far Eastern religions, we have a faulty starting point with assuming that the problem of man is metaphysical. The problem of man is suffering, as Buddhism, right? The problem of man is his state of being as a suffering being or whatever. His state of being as a particular being, his ego, and that's not the problems in man. The fact that you are a self, that you're a person, is not your problem. God made you a person in his image. The problem is that you're fallen. The problem is that you're a descendant of Adam and you're a selfish brat until you repent. And even after you repent, you're still a selfish brat until you spend your life essentially seeking Christ and seeking deification, overcoming all of these evils that are a result of the moral fall. So essentially then the Far Eastern religions are metaphysical in trying to diagnose man's problems, and they tend to see his problem as the fact that he's particular. This is why they always try to blend men into a giant communal blob. This is why the globalists love Far Eastern religions, right? And you might say, well, that means that atomism and individualism is good. No, they're dialectics. There's no primacy of one over against many. There's no primacy of many over against one. This is why we believe in the triune God. God is both many and one, and there's no ultimacy of one over the other. There's an equal ultimacy in God between the one and the many. The starting point is the Father as personal, and he communicates his divinity to the Son and to the Spirit without there being any subordination. The Father is first among equals in the Trinity. You see that? And Basil was at pains to explain this against the heretics who tried to reason that the Son and the Spirit were subordinate to the Father. If we say the Father is first, then that, they thought, necessarily implies ontological subordination to the Son and the Spirit, and it doesn't. Basil said there's no reason to think that. And that's because Basil is not a dialectician. He's opposing the Greek dialectics and tension. Now, all the Far Eastern philosophies have the same assumption of dialectics, and when the Greeks used this stuff, they got it from the Far Easterns. That's why Plato says in the Timaeus that he got all of his doctrines from the ancient Egyptians, and the ancient Egyptians got it from the previous ancient civilizations before them. You know, Indo-Aryans or Mesopotamians or whoever you want it to be. It doesn't matter, because it's all the same stuff. They're all teaching the same thing. They're all teaching giant abstract metaphysical principles, chain of being, and the emperor, the pagan emperor is at the top of this chain of being. He's Pharaoh. He's closer to the gods. You're all the base of the pyramid. It's all the same stuff. That's why all the ancient religions have ziggurats. It's all the same. They all teach the same thing. Now you say, wait a minute. How is that compatible with Jesus? You said there's an Orthodox Imperium. You just quoted St. Justinian. Yeah, because when Jesus came, he smashed those pagan imperiums and he took them over. And that's exactly what Daniel said he would do. Go listen to the Daniel talk. We cover that. Anyway. So that's why Far Eastern religions are not really viable, because we're talking about starting points. And every system has a starting point. Every system has a grounding axiom, a presupposition, a transcendental framework by which the position begins. And it doesn't matter in terms of like temporal succession where you start the argument. This is another mistake people make, is that they'll make the mistake between logical or temporal succession, and they'll assume that that means metaphysical or ontological superiority or subordination. And in fact, this was Basil's point against the heretics, was that just because the Father is spoken of in the Ordo Theologiae, the order of theology, as prior and first, it doesn't mean that in metaphysical reality that he has a supremacy, that the Son is then a lesser being, right? So what the heretics would do is commit the same error that the vegans were doing when they were trying to say that because I make a distinction in something logically, that in reality it must also therefore be so. That's not true, right? Just because we make a logical distinction between the Father and the Son in terms of priority in the Godhead does not mean that in reality there's a metaphysical subordination between the Son and the Father. So you can go read St. Basil on that. But this is a common error people make. If you talk about something in terms of, if I talk about, this is the classical foundationalist error, right? They talk about the fact that there are axioms that we begin with, right? Like they'll say, like if you debate a Dominican or if you debate a Thomist, they'll say, we believe in foundational axioms like the laws of logic or laws of non-contradiction, and those are known with certainty. However, the beliefs, the propositions of faith are not known with certitude. How stupid is this? They think that the laws of logic are more certain than the teachings of God. And this is the retardation of Roman Catholicism in its historic acceptance of classical foundationalism. No, in fact, the laws of logic don't even make sense if God doesn't exist. They presuppose God.